Live from the central coast of California, this is NASA's launch coverage of JPSS-2 and Lofted. In just about 39 minutes, we'll watch as this United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket lifts off from Vandenberg Space Force Base. With this one launch, we have two missions today. The primary one is to deliver JPSS-2 into orbit, which is the newest polar orbiting weather satellite. The secondary mission is called Lofted, which will demonstrate an innovative inflatable heat shield. Hello and welcome to Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. I'm NASA's Cruz, coming to you live from the Nerve Center for all launch vehicle and spacecraft processing at Vandenberg. I'm sitting just a few feet away from NASA's Mission Director Center and Launch Vehicle Data Centers, where teams are working on today's launch. Managing the launch is NASA's Launch Services Program, or LSP. Today's 36-minute launch window opens at 1:25 a.m. Pacific time. Now, we've got a whole lot planned for you over the next 3 hours. You're going to see that Atlas V rocket launch live. Also, live reports from NASA's Angelique Herring in Virginia, who's with the Lofted team at Langley Research Center. And we, of course, have our talented team of commentators who will walk us through every important milestone today. And right now, that's going to be NASA's Derrol and Mick Woltman. Guys, NASA and ULA called off the launch last week, right, because a battery needed replacing.
That's right, Megan. It had to do with the flight termination system, a critical component to the launch of the rocket today. And that battery has been swapped out, some work that happened over the past weekend. Derrol Nail with NASA, Mick Woltman, engineer with Launch Services Program, here to count you down through this liftoff of JPSS-2 and Lofted. And so far, this countdown, which began 7 hours ago, Mick, things are looking good. They cleared the pad at Slick 3, Space Launch Complex 3. You see the Atlas V rocket on the pad venting off that liquid oxygen. They fueled up Atlas V and Centaur and tested that flight termination system. It's all good, including that new flight termination system battery that was replaced, causing that 9-day launch. But there's also an issue that we're tracking now regarding the liquid oxygen in Centaur.
Yeah, absolutely, Derrol. The teams came on station early, as you said, and they've been working through these things. The FTS battery, we replaced that with a new battery, and that's going well today. The issue the team's working right now is as they're filling the vehicle with liquid oxygen, they are working a valve issue on the ground. They are still able to maintain filling the vehicle and topping the vehicle, but the team is talking through that, working through their procedures, and we'll see how that resolves here throughout the rest of the count.
So it did push the rollback of the mobile service tower just a little bit into the night, but we did get rollback, and we got video of that. And there you see it, time-lapse video of the mobile service tower rolling back from the Atlas V rocket. A beautiful sight here in Vandenberg, California, as you watch that roll back, and especially today, Mick, for the last Atlas V 2 launch from the west coast of the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. Last Atlas V from Space Launch Complex 3, 41st Atlas in this 401 configuration, which I know we'll talk about a little bit later. But very excited for this mission today with JPSS-2 and Lofted on board as LSP's 100th mission getting ready to launch.
Unique mission today, dropping off the JPSS-2 satellite and Lofted. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Launch time exactly 1:25 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4:25 a.m. Eastern Time. Back to Megan.
Now, once in orbit, JPSS-2 will join 2 other polar orbiting satellites in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's, or NOAA's, Joint Polar Satellite System. That means the satellites travel back and forth between the North and South Poles, while the Earth spins underneath it. This orbit allows the satellites to observe the Earth twice a day, giving us timely and accurate weather forecasts.
Sitting on Launch Complex 3 at Vandenberg Space Force Base is, one could argue, one of the most valuable single objects on the planet. Once in orbit 512 miles above our heads, its data will save lives, safeguard property, and read the vital pulse of the planet. The 4 instruments aboard the JPSS-2 satellite will provide continuous observations of weather, oceans, global temperatures, forest fires, volcanic dust plumes, and much more. JPSS-2 will join a fleet of other vital Earth-observing satellites, including the first 2 in its series. In all, there will be 4 JPSS satellites launched, ensuring at least 2 continuously in orbit well into the 2030s. Covering the entire planet twice a day helps us plan for severe weather, like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. And the data continuity it provides allows us to create an archive of atmospheric temperature and ozone measurements while monitoring our changing climate. JPSS nighttime imagery provides a view of the human footprint on Earth by showing lights from cities, highways, shipping vessels, and gas flares. Patterns we see over time in these nightlights reveal how world conflicts and natural disasters impact our energy use. Commissioned and operated by NOAA and built and launched by NASA and its commercial partners, the JPSS series of satellites represents the latest in a proud 60-year history of orbiting weather platforms. Most people don't realize the contributions JPSS satellites make to their daily lives, but that data is with them every day in every single weather forecast.
And the Joint Polar Satellite System is working for us as we speak. About an hour ago, Hurricane Nicole made landfall on the east coast of Florida as a Category 1. The satellite system is analyzing it from above to help inform weather forecasts, just as the system did for Hurricane Ian, which made landfall in Florida also as a strong Category 4 back in September. It destroyed homes, businesses, and claimed more than 100 lives. This image right here shows the sheer size of the hurricane, covering all of South Florida. And we have the second image now. This one you can make out the state a bit better because here we're highlighting the lights of Tampa and Miami there. So both were captured by NOAA 20, which launched in 2017 as the second satellite in the system. Now let's go over the specs of the soon-to-be launched JPSS-2. It weighs more than 5,500 pounds at launch. That's roughly the weight of an adult male rhinoceros. And its size, you want to picture a monster truck, 7 feet wide and more than 14 feet tall. But when you deploy its 35-foot solar array, it becomes as long as a 3-story building. Once in orbit, it will fly 512 miles overhead and travel more than 17,000 miles per hour. At that speed, in the time it takes you to watch one movie, JPSS-2 will have circled the planet once. Okay, now JPSS-2 wasn't built in one place. Its main body or spacecraft bus, along with the 4 instruments on board, were built in Indiana, Colorado, and California. Once ready, everything was assembled and tested in Arizona. Finally, it was shipped here to California for launch in just about 31 minutes. Now, NASA's Jasmine Hopkins got to speak with JPSS Program Director Tim Walsh about how JPSS-2 is unique.
Joining us now is Tim Walsh, JPSS Program Director. Thank you so much for being here, Tim.
Thank you, Jasmine. Love being here tonight.
Of course, we're super glad to have you, and it's very exciting preparing for launch. So JPSS is not just focused on forecasting our local weather, but global weather systems. How does that work?
So tonight when we launch, we're going to launch due south, almost due south over to the poles. And so we're going to go around the Earth 14 times a day from pole to pole. When we do finish raising the orbit, when we bring the orbit to its final position, we'll be 515 miles off the Earth. And by that, we'll be in a special orbit called sun-synchronous orbit. And in that sun-synchronous orbit, we're in a fixed position relative to the sun. And while the Earth rotates underneath us, we see the whole Earth more than twice a day.
Oh, wow. That's exciting. Must be moving pretty fast then.
It is, quite fast.
Awesome. So JPSS-2 is actually the third in this satellite series. What makes it different from the previous satellites?
So there's some really important differences. First of all, it's a new spacecraft. The satellite itself is new. The instruments are identical to the ones that are in orbit, but the satellite is brand new, and we're going to be testing it very thoroughly over the next 2 weeks. And then over the next 3 months after that, we'll be testing all the instruments.
Right.
And when we're in orbit, we do have one instrument that's a little bit different than the previous, and that's one that measures ozone at the Earth's limb, with the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. And by that, we can get really good ozone profiling of the atmosphere, and it's used, among other things, to provide UV index forecasts.
Right, so it's helping us better understand the global environment.
Correct.
That's fantastic.
Correct.
So it won't be the last one. JPSS-2 will be followed by JPSS-3 and 4. How are they all going to work together?
Well, JPSS, the last S stands for system, and so it's really important to note how we have 4 satellites, 5 if you include our predecessor, SNPP, that all work together to provide a continuous data record from 2011 all the way into the 2030s. And by doing that, we can keep a close eye on how the climate is changing over time, whether it's temperature or other things. And so we could look at severe weather in the near term, we could look at climate in the long term.
Fantastic. Tim Walsh, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Back to you.
A successful launch today will mark the 100th for NASA's Launch Services Program. LSP is based out of NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The program has matched commercial launch providers with organizations needing a ride to space since 1998. Their uncrewed rockets have flown weather satellites, telescopes, Mars rovers, and more.
3, 2, status check, proceed with terminal scan. 4 minutes, scouting from launch director. LD is go.
3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff of the mighty Delta IV Heavy rocket with NASA's Parker Solar Probe.
A rocket launch is anything but boring. I mean, it's exciting. No matter how many times I've seen it, it never gets old.
When you talk about launch, it never gets old, right?
Each mission that we work is different. Each day that we are supporting these missions is different, so it never gets old.
And liftoff.
There's something about witnessing just the sheer impressiveness, just the power of what it takes to pull a spacecraft out of the gravity well of Earth that we live in and to send it out of Earth's orbit on its way to the moon, Mars, the sun, asteroids, even out of our solar system. I'll never tire of watching that.
It never gets old. It really never gets old.
Seeing rocket launches never gets old.
It never gets old. You always are thinking about what's the next one I could do.
This was my childhood dream. This is what I dreamed of doing. And you get to be a part of something that's so much bigger than yourself. And to me, that was the best thing that my childhood self could ever ask for.
And to celebrate LSP's 100th mission, we'll learn more about the program and meet more of its team throughout this broadcast. Okay, we are now 26 minutes and counting from liftoff of an Atlas V rocket for 2 missions today. Let's go back to NASA's Derrol and Mick Woltman, who have the latest weather forecast for launch.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. We're actually listening right now to the weather brief being given at L-minus 26 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's running a little bit late, but we know that the launch weather officer has put the launch weather at more than 90% go. That's a great sign.
Yeah, great sign. Launch weather officer is telling us from the Space Force that everything looks green tonight. All the weather is great. The front that we had the last couple of days has moved through. As you can see in the picture, clear skies this evening. Perfect temperature out there for this Atlas V mission.
You can see a clear black sky. Of course, not really, if there were clouds, you wouldn't see them, but we can tell you that at the moment, there's not a whole lot out there. And take a look at the satellite loop to explain. There it is. We are on the central California coast, launching from Vandenberg. You can see a system to the far right that's gone past us. That brought a lot of rain, but it's exiting, bringing us clear conditions. Launch Weather Officer Zachary Zonas says that we could still see some lingering moisture and instability, but it's a very low chance. In fact, his forecast says we are more than 90% go for launch weather tonight, with the only concern for cumulus clouds and temperature. You can see right now we are about 44 degrees outside, that greater than 90% go. Winds are 7 to 12 miles per hour out of the north. And that rain on the ground is actually keeping us a little warmer. So that's a great forecast for today.
Yeah, absolutely, Derrol. I couldn't ask for better weather to get JPSS-2 and lofted on its way this morning.
As for the backup day, Captain Zonas says we are down only a smidge to a full 90% for launch weather, thanks to a high pressure settling over the area and causing a weakening of the winds and more stable conditions. Now, in about 6 minutes at L-19, you'll see the T-clock go into a built-in hold, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but we are T-minus 24 minutes and counting until liftoff. Let's send it back to Megan.
Thank you both. So once NOAA's JPSS-2 reaches orbit and we confirm a signal, our focus will shift to LOFTED, which stands for Low Earth Orbit Flight Test of an Inflatable Decelerator. I stress the word inflatable because current heat shields are rigid, made of materials like ceramics or metals. That means the size of the heat shield is constrained by the size of the rocket taking it up. But a flexible design can be folded up, taking up less room during launch and then inflating into a larger shield when it's time to land, meaning more room for experiments, equipment, and people for future farther trips like the Artemis missions.
NASA is demonstrating inflatable heat shield technology that could help land humans on Mars. This technology is hitching a ride with NOAA's Earth-observing satellite JPSS-2 on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V. Once in orbit, the satellite separates and the payload adapter canister surrounding LOFTED jettisons. About 90 minutes after liftoff, the LOFTED technology demonstration begins with the inflation of the aeroshell. The upper stage of the rocket reorients and positions LOFTED for entry into Earth's atmosphere. The re-entry vehicle spins and separates from the upper stage. During re-entry, sensors and cameras collect data. A beacon transmits real-time data every 20 seconds throughout the mission. Several minutes into descent, an ejectable data recorder releases. About 2 hours after launch, a parachute deploys and LOFTED splashes down in the ocean off the coast of Hawaii. A team from NASA and ULA recover the data recorder and aeroshell. This test will help inform entry, descent, and landing technologies for future human exploration missions to Mars.
Now, before arriving at Vandenberg, the heat shield underwent environmental testing at NASA's Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, to make sure it was flight ready. NASA's Angelique Herring is at Langley with what researchers hope to learn this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Megan. I'm here outside of the Flight Mission Support Center where we've got some members of the Langley LOFTED team here, and they're going to be taking in data from today's exciting demonstration. Now, all the data that they take in today is actually going to help them to develop the HIAD technology even further. HIAD standing for Hypersonic Inflatable Aerodynamic Decelerator, essentially an inflatable heat shield. And this inflatable heat shield technology could help us to not only travel farther, bringing more things with us as we continue to explore outer space, but also to do so more sustainably, which is incredibly exciting. Now, for today's demonstration, once the reentry vehicle actually powers on, we'll have a beacon on board that will be relaying data to us every 20 seconds. Now, that data, the health and telemetry data, along with the real-time location data, will be monitored right here at the Flight Mission Support Center. Additionally, we'll be getting some imagery and other data coming in from the many different cameras and sensors on board, so make sure you stay tuned in for all of those updates and so much more. Back over to you, Megan.
Now, today is dedicated to two very special people. We have a picture of their names engraved on the rocket. There you see Bernard Cutter and Mark Levesque. Cutter was a ULA engineer who had a special interest in inflatable heat shields. He was an advocate for lower cost access to space and the technologies that could make that a reality. Cutter took interest in NASA's heat shield technology, which could enable the safe return of Vulcan rocket engines as part of ULA's reuse program, as well as land large payloads on Mars. But sadly, Cutter passed away in August 2020 before getting to see the inflatable technology in use. We also have Mark Levesque. He was an aerospace engineer and launch conductor for missions launching on Delta II, Delta IV, and Atlas V rockets. After an early retirement from ULA, Levesque worked on special projects for NASA's Launch Services program. After a long battle with cancer, Levesque passed away last year. We're going to talk more about both men's contributions to space exploration ahead in this broadcast. Now, tracking and understanding climate change is a big priority for NASA. So joining me now is Dr. Thomas Zurbuchen, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate. Good morning to you, Dr. Z.
Hey, good morning.
Glad to have you here. I want to talk to you about NASA and NOAA. They've been monitoring our planet together for more than 6 decades. What do you think about this partnership?
Well, it's one of the most productive partnerships in the U.S. government and frankly worldwide. We've built the spacecraft, we've worked together, and we've also built models. We've done science that we then turn over to NOAA, our partners who are using it each and every day to help our citizens and beyond.
Yeah, and specifically looking into climate change like we were talking about, what are the effects of our climate changing so drastically, and how are we as NASA trying to address that?
So climate change is a hugely personal thing for all of us. We may not notice it every day, but it's affecting our lives in a direct fashion. Some of the changes are slow. Like this much is the water level around the world going up each year, 3-4 millimeters, right, and so forth. But there's also really drastic changes, which are more storms, more fires that really are affecting our property and are affecting lives. And I think both of these really matter, the abundance of these events, but also the slower changes. And
tracking it helps us to address it. So that's why we do things like this with NOAA. I do also want to talk about that after JPSS-2 launches, NASA will test this new inflatable heat shield. If all goes well, how could this technology revolutionize space travel?
Oh, I'm really psyched about this. Of course, we at the Science Mission Directorate have inhabited Mars with robots for 20 years, and we're there right now with a lander, a rover, its flying companion Ingenuity. But we want to go there with humans. First of all, with Artemis to the moon and then to Mars. But to land on Mars, we need new technology, and it's this lofted technology that we believe is absolutely essential for us to do that. So it's a huge step, in my mind, a huge step in the direction of human exploration of Mars.
I have a feeling you're going to be glued to the screen watching the flight test today.
That's right. I'd like to teleport to Hawaii to see you coming down.
Well, take me with you if you do that.
Okay, let's.
Thank you, Dr. Z. I appreciate your time.
Appreciate it, Megan. Thanks.
And after JPSS-2 comes other satellites, and we'll talk to you more about that. But JPSS-2 comes a decade after the first one launched in the series. So let's take a look at how that satellite has helped us over the past 10 years.
Ten years ago, a remarkable suite of instruments took to the skies, aboard the first of a series of polar orbiting weather satellites known as the Joint Polar Satellite System. This is the story of the satellite that led the way. It has measured storms, fires, volcanoes, and oceans, changing the way we view the Earth, improving our weather forecasts, and carrying on critical long-term measurements of our planet.
4, 3, 2, main engine start, 1, 0, and liftoff.
On October 28, 2011, the Suomi NPP satellite lifted off on a Delta II rocket from Vandenberg, California. Named after Werner Suomi, who invented the first spin scan camera to observe weather from space. The satellite marked the beginning of another new era, the Joint Polar Satellite System, a mission to provide valuable weather and environmental data into the 2030s. And during the last decade, Suomi NPP has become well known for its blue marble images and also its day-night band, which show us power outages after storms and human activities at night, such as highways, sea travel, and natural gas flares. Continuing observations begun by satellites like NASA's Terra, Aqua, and Aura, it allows for a number of products that help people on the ground. Its data allows us to map wildfires, track the movement of wildfire smoke, and then measure the air quality as that smoke moves through an area. Measure the insides of hurricanes and reveal the structure and intensity of a storm and the ocean's surface temperature that fuels it. Track the health of major crops worldwide by showing how they're impacted by weather and temperature. And measure emissions from volcanoes that help determine air quality and visibility for pilots. Over the last 10 years, NPP data has increased our understanding of major events, Australian bushfires, Saharan dust storms across the Atlantic, and emissions decreases from the global pandemic. The Joint Polar Satellite System's next satellite launched 6 years later in 2017, and its sister satellites will launch over the next decade, continuing these kinds of vital measurements in the years to come.
And those 2 remaining sister satellites will be nearly identical to JPSS-2. JPSS-3 will launch in 2027, JPSS-4 in 2032. Okay, we're now 14 minutes, 27 seconds to liftoff. Let's head back over to Derrol and Mick as they await the NASA Launch Manager poll.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. We are here at the Mission Directors Center listening into the loops and the teams discussing a number of things. We've got that poll coming up at L-13 minutes. Currently, that's about 1 minute and 10 minutes away. There you can see the ULA launch team and NASA Launch Manager Omar Baez, who is in the second row, second person from the left. You can see him on the phone there. He is the one who will be conducting the poll that we'll be listening into. Mick, quickly, we know that the teams have been discussing a matter regarding Centaur locks. What can you tell us about that, and where do we stand?
Yeah, so the team's been discussing a valve issue they've had. They've been following all evening and thought they had under control, and now they're continuing to look at that as they move forward. NASA Launch Manager Omar Baez is talking with ULA Launch Director Paul Aragon about the go-forward plan. The engineering teams are looking at all the data and trying to assess where we are as we get ready or get close to 100% fill and topping of the Atlas and Centaur tanks of liquid oxygen. So the team is still working in that as we're in this built-in hold, and they continue to assess where they're going.
Going to delay the L-13 poll and work through the finishing the topping of the LOX tank here and make sure we target a correct T0. It looks like we've blown through the first green block, and the initial target would be that 949 UTC, but let us work through that, through this these final steps here before we reestablish. And I'll come back with a good target for the final poll.
So Derrol, there we heard Launch Director or Launch Manager Omar Baez talking about them working through it and targeting a new T0 that they're going to negotiate, and we'll see how that goes as we head into this topping of LOX.
So indeed, we have a 36-minute window for the launch today, and so the team looking at the possibility of using some of that window, Mick. And real quickly, we do know there's a COLA at the 4th minute that they're going to be aware of if they do go into this window.
Yeah, as we heard Omar say, he would be targeting, his first attempt would be 129. That's because the minute at 128 is unavailable to us due to a possible COLA avoidance of another satellite. So they would start with 129 and then work down from there.
All right, thank you, Mick. And we'll be tracking the countdown as we go, as well as monitoring any changes to the countdown and the T0. But for now, we'll send it back to Megan.
Thank you for that update, Derrol and Mick. NASA's Launch Services Program helps launch the satellites, which NOAA will then operate. NASA's Jasmine Hopkins shows us how NOAA continues its legacy as a watchful eye from space.
Joining us now is Dr. Michael Morgan, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Environmental Observation and Prediction from NOAA. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Morgan.
Thank you very much, Jasmine.
Great. We are so happy to have you here. So you have been working for NOAA in a very large role. Can you tell us about the NOAA and NASA partnership? Why is that so important?
That partnership is important because NOAA maintains an observational portfolio that's authoritative, and the analyses and predictions that we do are important. But in order for us to achieve this, our mission, we work closely with NASA in partnering to develop and build our satellites and help launch them. And also NASA helps us with our ground stations as well to track the satellites. Additionally, separate from our observational portfolio, our global model shares the same dynamical core as NASA's.
Oh, wow. And you've been working pretty closely with those different models. I understand that you've been tracking things with ground and radar. So how does the information from NOAA help us across the board, from policy making to different prices and things?
Well, with this particular satellite, JPSS-2, the data is going to be important for understanding the temperature and moisture structure of the atmosphere. The VIIRS instrument that's on this particular satellite, which stands for Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer, is going to allow us to look at ocean color, which is important for identifying harmful algal blooms. For severe weather forecasting, for short to medium range forecasting, these observations are imperative for us to have in order to have high class prediction.
Right, and I also understand that JPSS-2, like the other weather satellites from NOAA, really help us understand climate change, and they've been doing that for decades. So what is JPSS-2 adding to that?
What JPSS-2 adds, it really maintains a continuity of our observations of the ozone in the upper troposphere, lower stratosphere. That's important for the radiation protecting us from the harmful ultraviolet radiation which can reach the surface. So by accurately measuring the ozone quantities as well as clouds, we can improve our forecast of UV at the surface. The long climate record that's maintained by these satellites, both for temperature and water vapor, help to build a long, extensive climate record which we can then validate with our models.
Fantastic. Dr. Morgan, any final thoughts before launch?
As a kid, I got excited about NASA by watching the launches of the Apollo mission, and it was great just prior to launch having an opportunity to walk by the spacecraft and see both the NOAA logo as well as the NASA logo on these machines, on this rocket.
Right.
And it was just incredible. But the partnership, the work that's been done by NASA and by the contractors and by folks within NOAA to make this a reality, I think is just incredible, and I really thank them for that.
Right, exactly. It's great to see this partnership working together for launch. Dr. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Of course. Back to you.
As we've said, after JPSS-2, we will test a new inflatable heat shield so that we could one day go to the surface of Mars and lofted. That heat shield will help us do that. But before that, we're returning to the moon. In just 6 days, NASA will attempt to launch this rocket and spacecraft from Kennedy Space Center. You're watching video from when teams rolled it all to the launch pad last week. The Artemis 1 flight test will be the first of increasingly complex missions to eventually return humans to the lunar surface. The last time humans stepped foot on the moon was 50 years ago. Scan the QR code on your screen to learn more about the upcoming launch attempt on November 16th, so just 6 days from now, and what's planned for our Moon to Mars program. We're going to check back in with Derrol and Mick now. They had an update for us a couple of minutes ago that the launch manager poll was delayed. Let's go back to them to see if they have any updates for us. Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. We are currently at L-7 minutes and counting and expecting a poll from the launch conductor here in just a few seconds. Let's listen in.
L-7 minutes.
Now, we heard some discussion on the loops, Mick. We know that the NASA launch manager poll, which was at L-13 minutes, was delayed by launch manager Omar Baez. We're currently waiting the L-7 poll, but we know they've been working some things.
Yeah, working through this LOX issue, which now they have resolved and have a plan forward to do some manual monitoring and some work for topping of the Atlas LOX tank and the Centaur LOX tank. And I believe what we will be waiting on at this point, Derrol, is NASA launch manager Omar Baez and launch director Paul Aragon to come up with a new T0 time. We are definitely off of our 1:25 a.m. Launch attempt. As you heard Omar say earlier, we would look at 1:29 a.m. would be the first one. But based on some of the discussions we heard, I think we're going to be looking a little farther in there as they negotiate this time for a possible 1:36, which would change some of the polls that we are working.
That's right. And so, as you mentioned, looking for that new T0, we will continue to see the clock count down. But just again, to repeat what Mick said, we'll be looking for a new T0 Currently, we have a 35-minute window with which to work, and the launch team then corresponds to a 30-minute hold, which they can do at L-4 minutes, where they sync up with the T clock. Talk a little bit about what we're seeing in terms of how that works. The L clock just 60 seconds away from syncing up to that T-4 minutes, where they can hold for a bit of time till they get this new T0 worked out.
Yeah, so throughout the count we have these built-in holds. Tonight's were 30-minute holds just prior to cryogenic tanking at T-2 hours, and then of course, as you just mentioned, the 30-minute hold prior to the T-4 and counting. And that we work that on the L clock, which is a clock that continues to count down through the count, and the T time is the clock for liftoff as we get to off. And as we said, the clocks sync up at T-4 time and pick up the count there. But as we can hear on the loops, the team is definitely working to try to figure out that new T0 and where they're going to bring the clocks together.
Now let's listen into the launch team.
99.55. Roger, probably because they're doing pogo charge, so copy that. LOX 1, LC.
Go.
Yeah, are you active with Atlas L2 topping?
We're still trying to get the fill and drain valve open with the line chilled. We haven't entered pogo yet. Stand by.
So we just heard some of the communications from the launch director, Doug Lebo, there as he works this team.
Yeah, Derrol, and what we've seen is the clocks have actually stopped at T-4, which means we're still in a T-4 on holding time, and we're eating up part of that 36-minute window that we talked about. And the window remaining is about 35 minutes now in our tonight's launch availability. And they'll continue to burn through that availability as they work through this problem. And then they'll figure out the new T0 and clock.
Previous T0 was 1:25 a.m. Pacific time, 4:25 a.m. Eastern time for the launch of the JPSS-2 and lofted mission.
So Derrol, yeah, as we were listening through here, as the team continues to work this issue with the topping, they're at 99.995%, doing some pogo charging on the first stage.
That's the topping, just to be clear, the topping of the locks on the Centaur liquid oxygen tank.
Correct, yeah. Centaur locks. And so we're doing some pogo charging to get ready for liftoff, which takes away a little bit of locks. And so once that's done, they'll start their slow fill again to get back to that 100%. And I do know that we've heard NASA launch manager Omar Baez talking to the team, spacecraft team, engineering team, and the ULA team, looking for targeting a new T0 a little later this morning. We have not heard the official T0 time, so we're still counting down through that window that remains. We have about 33 minutes left in that 36-minute window of availability today. So we sit at T-4 and holding while the team continues this. And as just so people understand, this is a process. The team has procedures in place, and they are following them to the T. And one of the low priority things is to resync the clocks right now as they work through this issue on the rocket. So once they work through that, then the team will come back around and sync the clocks back up and figure out where they're going from there. But we have this T-4 hold in place for this reason, to be able to work things. And of course, as we just continue working through the time, that availability in the window just dwindles down ever so slightly.
And you're looking live inside the launch room at the United Launch Alliance headquarters here at Vandenberg Space Force Base, as they currently, as Mick said, working through the Centaur locks issue. And we have heard them discuss the possibility of a new T0, 24 minutes off the original. They're looking at the area of 1:49 a.m. Pacific time, 4:49 a.m. Eastern time, but they have not locked that in because, as you said, locking in the time isn't the priority. Currently working the matter at hand is.
Yes, we want to make sure the rocket is safe. We want to make sure the spacecraft is safe. We want to make sure everything's ready for launch, and if we need to do something, then we'll work that. So we'll use up as much of the window as we can as we continue to work this issue, and then the team will have to make a decision as we get down in those short strokes of the remaining time. But as you and I are listening to some of the engineering discussion, the team is definitely following their procedures methodically, going through some troubleshooting and discussing path forward. So the team is doing exactly what they are trained to do and make sure that the rocket and spacecraft are still safe before we lift off this morning.
Be advised, we are back into topping, and we are picking up with the pogo charge.
Roger.
So there we talked about pogo charge earlier. We heard the team just talking that
LC
they
on 1
finally...
I have an expedited outbrief for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the team struggled, but we did get the booster LOX tank into topping. We have reviewed the terminal count sequencing and have no different actions to take because of our condition with the 401 valve. Our recommendation is proceed as is with terminal count.
Roger.
Well, good news there.
Yeah.
Proceeding into terminal count, they've gotten the issue with the booster LOX resolved. They've got a plan.
Yeah, and that was great news to hear from Anomaly Chief Dave McFarland from United Launch Alliance, to hear that they've resolved that and they've got into topping, and that they'll get ready to go.
LC on 1, this is RLM. Go ahead. Booster LOX is back within band. Press permission to acknowledge alarm. Proceed.
So, Derrol, yeah, as we get ready to go, now that they've resolved that, we'll see what Omar Baez does with the T0 time. And as he gets ready for polling and working that T0 time and announce that, then we'll reset the clocks to be able to sync up and move into terminal count, as we heard Anomaly Chief Dave McFarland's recommendation to continue.
Charge is complete.
Roger.
So a little more time for the last Atlas V to launch from the West Coast here in California.
LC, LOX 1. LC, LOX 1.
Stand by 1 for LC. Go ahead, LOX 1.
Atlas LO2 at flight level.
Roger.
So that's great news to hear that booster Atlas LOX is at flight level, and they continue their topping of that LOX in the tank. And so we'll continue to move through the procedure, make sure LOX is filled completely in the Atlas and the Centaur vehicle to then get ready for a new T0 this morning. We are still counting down through the window remaining. Derrol, we have about 28 minutes left in our window this morning. So the team, I'm very happy to hear the team is continuing to follow their process and procedures, work through all the things they need to work through, and get us to a safe launch this morning.
And we want to underscore the importance of what was just said there with regards to that flight level for the booster. That was a little bit of a sticking point they were trying to get past, and that's a great sign.
Yeah, as Anomaly Chief Dave McFarland mentioned, they were having some trouble with the booster LOX tank and getting ready for topping. They got that resolved and have moved forward. So absolutely, it's a great sign to hear that. And as we move into finalizing Centaur topping and get everything ready for flight levels.
And so we await the NASA launch manager poll. Omar Baez, in his last mission as NASA launch manager for the Launch Services Program, getting a little extra time in the seat himself.
Yeah, Omar did announce his retirement for later in 2023 or early 2023. So as you said, his last mission as NASA launch manager here on the JPSS-2 mission. and having a little excitement here in the last few minutes of this launch of an Atlas V from Space Launch Complex 3.
And so Omar indicated that he would like to conduct his launch manager poll. When that is ready to go, of course, we'll bring that to you live as it's happening. We're listening in for an indication of when that might start. At the same time, they're also working on hammering out that new T0. As we look live at the Atlas V, all 19 stories of it, at Space Launch Complex 3 here at Vandenberg Space Force, a historic pad here.
Yeah, Derrol, we talked about the 401 configuration earlier as the team continues to work these things. Interesting, as we look at the rocket here, you will see a 4-meter fairing on top. It is the last 4-meter fairing also for the Atlas V program. Built in Harlingen, Texas, hand-painted with the logos on board. It is the EPF, the extended payload fairing that Atlas offers in this configuration. And the reason we had to do that was J2 is the size of J2 and the height, as Megan pointed out earlier. But we also have that lofted mission that sits underneath on inside some canister spacers. So to be able to accommodate both of those, we needed this extended fairing. And you know, for me to see this last 4-meter fairing launch from Space Launch Complex 3 is another historic moment, along with this last Atlas V out of Vandenberg. So just another unique thing. There you see a
There's
great
that
shot.
hand-painted logo.
Yeah, great shot of that hand-painted logos of the JPSS-2, NOAA, NASA, and lofted. It was pretty cool to watch that being done by the artist who's been doing them for the last 25 years, and so another great historic moment for the Atlas V program.
It really is interesting as you look at that 4-meter fairing to think about how it actually has two vehicles in there. The spacecraft JPSS-2, which is at the very top of that fairing inside, if you can envision, and then below it is lofted, contained in a payload launch adapter, and compressed all the way down.
Deflated, I believe, is what it's
called.
Did
I say
right?
Inflated?
Deflated.
Deflated, yeah. That's what's an important difference.
LD on one.
It will inflate.
Yes,
Let's
it will.
Yeah, I'd like for you to coordinate a new T0 of 094900 Zulu.
Roger. RCLC. RC on one. Roger. Please coordinate a new T0 of 09:49 Zulu. Roger. In work. And ALC. LC.
ALC.
Roger. Please set the countdown clock for a new T0 of 09:49 Zulu.
0949. Roger.
So we got a new T0 at 1:49 a.m. Pacific time, 4:49 a.m. Eastern time, as you just heard it called out by launch conductor Doug Lebo, and that's a great sign. We're going to eat into the window a little bit, but we've got a new T0.
Yeah, absolutely. We've eaten. We've used up
LC,
part of that window
ALC.
remaining.
Yes.
T0 is set for 094900.
Roger.
Which gives us about 12 minutes left in the window if we need it. And we're now in the T-4 hold with about 11 minutes left in the hold. So we're at L-15 minutes, Derrol, coming up. So we should be picking things back up with our normal procedures.
Starting at L-13 minutes at step 60.
And so we'd be looking for that NASA Launch Manager poll at L-13 minutes by Omar Baez. And then we would continue to work our way down. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the launch of JPSS-2 and lofted on an Atlas V rocket. off the western coast of California here at the Vandenberg Space Force Base. We've had a delay in our launch, originally scheduled for 1:25 a.m. Pacific time, 4:25 a.m. Eastern time. We've got a 24-minute delay. Our new T0, 1:49 a.m. Pacific time, 4:49 a.m. Eastern time. The Atlas V sitting on the launch pad at Space Launch Complex 3. A historic launch complex. Mick, I know you know it well. And this will be the last Atlas V that will lift off from this pad before this pad gets reconfigured for ULA's next generation rocket, the Vulcan.
Yeah, Vulcan Centaur will be the next, and the team will start making mods for that. Just like we did back in 1999 when we modded this pad to go from original Atlas ICBM rockets to the Atlas 2AS, part of the Atlas family, and then extended the mobile service tower for Atlas V as we get ready to launch today. So another great performance by Atlas V here on the West Coast for all the missions that they have launched, and we look forward to closing out this part of the Space Launch Complex 3's history as we get ready to hear from Omar Baez, our NASA launch manager, on his NLM poll.
Yeah, let's listen in now to our NLM net, as we call it, the NASA launch manager, Omar Baez.
L-13 minutes.
This is the NLM on the NLM net with our final launch poll. NASA CE.
NASA CE is go.
SMA.
SMA is go.
SMD.
SMD is go.
NASA mission manager.
NASA mission manager is go.
LSP.
LSP is go.
NASA's ready to proceed.
So there we heard Derrol, Omar Baez complete the NASA poll, getting ready to go into terminal count, and Omar then will report out as part of the launch conductor's poll at L-7. And it was just great to hear everybody giving a go here. That really makes me feel good about the teamwork tonight between the Space Force, ULA, NASA, JPSS-2, and Lofted, all the teams working together. They had this issue that delayed our T0 a little bit, but they worked through it. They got there. We reset the clock. We're now targeting a 1:49 a.m. Pacific time liftoff, and just hearing those goes gives me confidence that we've worked through these things and we can get J2 and Lofted on its way.
And from the shot there, you can see the liquid oxygen that's being vented off.
Flight control LC.
Go ahead.
Perform launch on time verification.
Roger.
Venting off the locks for the first stage in the lower part, the middle part of your screen. And then the venting of the Centaur as well. Atlas is fully tanked.
LC, this is the RC on channel 1.
Go ahead.
The range has approved our new T0 of 0949 Zulu.
Roger.
That's great news. Range, of course, has to coordinate the launch time. And, of course, the 30th Space Wing here in Vandenberg is responsible for the public safety of everyone around this rocket. And they also keep track of everything that's in the airspace downrange of this launch area. So it's really important and necessary to get sign-off from the range before you go ahead with your new T0.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to coordinate that with the Space Force, as you said, personnel safety here locally, personnel safety in the airspace as we get ready to launch this rocket, and, of course, personnel safety on the water also as we head down range from southerly trajectory leaving the west coast of California here. So very important to get Space Force concurrence, which is why working as teams together is a really good thing. Glad to see that we're getting there as we head down into the count.
L-10 minutes.
You heard the L-10 minute call, 10 minutes until liftoff of JPS-2 and Lofted on an Atlas V rocket.
This is the LC on 1 with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold. FTS, verify the hold fire switch is in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table are in the correct configuration for terminal count.
Verified.
RC, verify solar radiation acceptable for launch.
Verified.
So there we heard launch conductor Doug Lebo verifying that everything with his team is in configuration as he gets ready to head into the launch conductor's terminal count pole at L-7 and explaining to the team that if they see anything that is anomalous or out of family in the terminal count at T-4 and counting, that they are to call a hold, and stop the count. So making sure all teams are ready and understand their responsibility as we get ready to pick up terminal count.
We expect that in just about 90 seconds from now as you look on at the Atlas 5 rocket in the 401 configuration, the most flown configuration that's been the workhorse of the Atlas 5 fleet, a rocket that Mick Woltman knows well. It stands at 191 feet tall and weighs 750,000 pounds at launch. It'll throw down 860,000 pounds of thrust at liftoff.
Yeah,
L-8
Derrol,
minutes.
you said this is the most flown. It is the 41st 401 configuration flown by ULA, and this is the 97th
LC
Atlas
switch to
5. So
ready
that gives
position.
you a pretty good idea of how many 401s have flown. As you said, it has been the workhorse for not only NASA but other commercial entities also that have launched satellites. So very proud that ULA has this vehicle.
A lot of science missions over the years. 5 missions to Mars on Atlas 5. Also the first the first interplanetary launch from right here on the West Coast.
Yeah, InSight. And one of my favorites, launched in 2006 on an Atlas 5, Pluto New Horizons, heading out to the planet Pluto, as I still believe.
Yeah, that's right. Let's stand by for the poll.
L-7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics. Go. LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GCQ.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
Com.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Go.
LDA.
Delay, clear launch.
NLM.
NASA's go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 09:49 Zulu.
Verified.
That's the poll we wanted to hear, and the result goes across the board. We are green across the board. That's a good configuration to be in and a good poll.
5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
NSC, verify spacecraft is configured for launch.
This is NSC. Spacecraft is configured for launch.
So that's another great, right there, poll to hear from the NSC, NASA
All
spacecraft.
steps are complete prior to the terminal count.
That the spacecraft is configured for launch, getting ready to proceed into terminal count at T-4 when the L clock and the T clock sync up. So very happy to get to this point. Very excited that the team was able to work through their issues this morning or this evening and into the morning and get us to this point, Derrol. This is what it's all about, teamwork in getting a rocket launched with important payload for the United States and the world and Weather Observatory, and making sure that we're doing it safely and having mission success this morning.
This mission to go into a low Earth orbit that is sun synchronous and polar in its direction. JPSS-2 in the same orbit as the first JPSS, which is now NOAA 20, and they will be circling our planet, gathering that weather data that is so critical to forecasting severe weather. We're just a few seconds away from resuming.
On my mark, the time will be T minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark.
And there we go. We are out of the hold and now in terminal count. So from T minus 4 minutes until launch, you'll be listening to the ULA team perform those final steps in the countdown procedure.
Yeah, as we hear the team, they just got the ground pyros ready for the liftoff hold down bolts. We'll hear them bringing up the command sequencers and a few other things, including that flight termination system that we talked about replacing that battery earlier. And we just hear that hydraulics are at flight pressure. We should be hearing a call out soon that Atlas and Centaur are at flight pressures also, what we call step 3 pressures, which means the vent valves are closed, stopping the venting of liquid oxygen and starting to build up pressure inside the liquid oxygen tanks.
T minus 3 minutes.
Getting ready for launch.
Also transferring the Atlas and Centaur stages from ground
Atlas
facility power.
Flight pressure.
There you hear the flight pressure.
250.
Now looking to transfer that power.
FPS internal.
There we go. Coming up in just about 30 seconds, the team will command the launch sequencer to start. That'll be followed shortly by securing the Centaur, liquid hydrogen, and liquid oxygen topping activity. Then just a few seconds after that, the team will command the flight control system to launch, enable, and arm that flight termination system. We swapped out a battery. Some folks here at the hangar getting ready to go outside.
159.
T minus 2 minutes until liftoff.
155.
Launch sequencer start.
There we heard the launch sequencer start you talked about.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Centaur locks and hydrogen have been secured.
140.
Allowing them to build up pressure.
137.
Getting them ready for flight.
FTS armed.
There's the arming of the flight termination system. T minus 90 seconds.
$120.
Excitement building here at the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California.
We should hear shortly that the Centaur
110.
vehicle is at flight verification.
Vent valve blocked.
There's the vent valve shut.
Pressures on their way to flight levels.
1 minute.
Rock, report range status.
Rock, range is green.
Range
Great
is
news.
green, yes, range is green. That's great news, ready to move forward.
If you're just joining us, we are just seconds away, 50 to be exact, from launching JPSS-2, a new weather observatory that will track storms across the globe as it orbits the planet.
40 seconds.
Stable at step 3.
It will also launch Lofted, a technology demonstrator developing a new way to safely bring large payloads through the atmosphere. The final seconds.
25 seconds.
Status check.
Go Atlas. Go Centaur.
Go JPSS-2.
There we go, Derrol. Ready for launch this morning.
On a clear night in California, here we go. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of the Atlas V, carrying JPSS-2 and Lofted, a new weather observatory for our planet, and a test for planetary exploration.
Yeah, Derrol, as we heard Omar Baez say, LSP 100 on its way also. We're very happy for this 100th mission the Launch Services Program. Let's listen in as Jesse Gonzalez.
And coming up on 30
Launch
seconds
talks
into
us
flight,
through
vehicle is a half-mile in
the flight.
altitude, 2 miles downrange, traveling at 160 miles per hour. And passing 45 seconds of the flight, continuing to see good operating parameters out of the RD-180.
The power of the Atlas V RD-180.
And coming up on a minute into flight, the vehicle is ending its roll maneuver, and vehicle body rates are looking good.
Getting ready and approaching Mach 1.
And passing through 80 seconds into flight, Mach 1 Atlas V is now supersonic.
That's
And
769.
vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure.
769 miles per hour, 1,234 kilometers an hour. Going through the area of maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle.
And passing 100 seconds into flight, seeing the RD-180 throttle back as expected. Engine response continues to look good, and vehicle body rates continue to look good at this time.
Throttling down just a little bit to reduce
Coming
the
up
stress.
on 2 minutes into flight, the vehicle is now 12 miles in altitude, 7 miles downrange, traveling at 1,500 miles per hour. And passing 140 seconds into flight, the vehicle has gone to closed loop control, continuing to see stable body rates throughout the boost phase.
So the rocket was flying in a trajectory that's programmed in, but now closed loop is taking positional feedback from the rocket sensors to get it into the proper line for trajectory. It's going to maintain that ascent line. Beautiful shot there on board.
And RCS is now pressurizing to flight levels.
A shot from our infrared camera.
And the reaction control system has reached flight levels. System response looks good. Vehicle body rates continue to look good as well. And seeing good response out of the RD-180 engine.
Going to start cooling down that Centaur engine in the second stage to prepare for its super chilled propellants to flow through the booster.
About 3 minutes and 15 seconds into flight, vehicle is now 53 miles in altitude, 67 miles downrange, traveling at 5,800 miles per hour. And now seeing the RD-180 throttle back to maintain a 5.0 G acceleration limit. Engine response continues to look good.
We're just seconds away now from booster engine cutoff.
And we did see a good response on the Centaur systems as it completed boost phase chill down. And we have BECO, booster engine cutoff. And we have successful stage separation.
With stage separation,
and
now onto the
Centaur
Centaur.
On the RL-10. And we have ignition for the first burn. RL-10 start parameters look good. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison.
Saw a shot of that booster floating off into space.
Yeah, you can actually see the 4-meter fairing going by there too on the video. That's a great thing. Looking at the telemetry data, RD-180 performed very well on the first stage. Separation was clean. Payload fairings, you can see on the infrared video there on the screen, the booster falling away and the two little fairings. Pre-start.
Coming up on 5 minutes into flight, this first burn will be about 13 minutes in duration, the first of 3 burns for today's mission. Continuing to see stable RL-10 chamber pressures at the beginning of the burn. And also seeing stable body rates following payload fairing jettison.
RL-10's performing very well. Pre-start was good. Ignition came out very well, as we saw in the video, and as the Centaur continues to burn nominally, body rates on the vehicle look very good with payload fairing gone. JPSS-2 exposed to the environments of space.
As it warms the motor catalyst beds for operation.
Explain quickly what a body rate is.
So the body rate's the attitude of Centaur as the vehicle is moving through space. We're trying to keep everything as stable as possible. So we have an X, Y, and a Z body rate on the Centaur, and the flight computer and the RCS system continue to maintain that as we move through to get ready for separation.
And now we're moving to ULA's real-time animation.
6 minutes in flight, the vehicle is now 250 miles in altitude, 430 miles downrange, traveling at 9,400 miles per hour.
The animation is informed by real-time data. As we watch the RL-10 burn and the Centaur fly, at the top of the vehicle is JPSS-2. And there you're looking at the RL-10 as it continues its burn.
And coming up on 7 minutes into flight, continuing to see stable performance across all Centaur systems, stable tank pressures, good performance out of PU, and some minor roll adjustments as Centaur optimizes the telemetry link.
Centaur with plenty of performance to get there.
Plenty of performance, and everything's looking great. As we heard Jesse say, everything is performing nominally as we get ready to continue this burn for separation.
We're going to keep watching the data and listening to the launch team as we track the performance of the Centaur getting JPSS-2 into orbit. But in the meantime, let's send it back to Megan.
If you're just joining us, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, bringing you live launch coverage from Vandenberg Space Force Base along the central coast of California. Just about 7 minutes, 34 seconds ago, we watched as a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket lifted off at 1:49 a.m. Pacific time, and it was a spectacular sight. What a clear night, no clouds in sight. That rocket just lit up the dark sky. It's flying two important missions today. The primary one is to send JPSS-2 into orbit. It's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's newest joint polar weather satellite. The secondary mission is called Lofted, which will demonstrate a new type of heat shield that inflates for atmospheric reentry. We're going to stay with you live for every important mission over the next 2 hours. NASA's primary launch site is Kennedy Space Center in Florida, but we lifted off from California this morning because of the rocket's flight path. By launching on the west coast, teams kept the rocket from flying over land. JPSS-2 is a polar orbiting satellite which will circle the Earth pole to pole 14 times a day. As the Earth rotates underneath it, it will pass over every single spot on our planet at least twice a day, collecting valuable weather and climate data. Once operational, JPSS-2 will be renamed NOAA 21. And when you open the weather app on your smartphone, you'll be using NOAA 21 data. NASA's Jasmine Hopkins joins us with how the National Weather Service uses the satellites to keep you informed.
Joining us now is Jim Yo from the National Weather Service. Thanks so much for being here, Jim.
A pleasure to be here to talk about JPSS-2 and how the Weather Service is going to use data from it to get the best possible forecast for the nation.
Absolutely. And speaking of that forecast, most of us check the weather before we even leave the house in the morning. So what are the applications of JPSS-2 data?
Well, the Weather Service will use JPSS-2 data as the basis for making numerical weather prediction models run for forecast of 3 to 7 days, but we'll also use those data for making seasonal to season forecast and to monitor long-term trends for climate science.
Right, and that's great to see that it can help us from day to day and also long-term as well, right?
It's very versatile.
Absolutely, and speaking of versatile, I know that NOAA has provided a huge suite of different satellites from JPSS to GOES as well. How does the National Weather Service use them all together?
We use data from the different satellite systems in the Weather Service in complementary fashion. So JPSS-2, by being a polar satellite, will collect data around the world, every spot twice a day. And that's really important for making a longer term forecast because today's weather here typically starts somewhere else several days earlier. Now, hurricanes start off the coast of Africa, move to the east coast, or we look in the west coast here in California, and you might see the so-called Pineapple Express storm that comes with strong rains from the Pacific that are precipitated in California and other places on the coast. So we use those to get that long-term forecast, but then we use GOES, which are like sentinels on each coast, to provide that fine-scale, up-to-date adjustment in our forecast.
Right. That's great to see how they work together and understand that it's not just local, it is global weather systems, which is huge. So speaking of that, I know that we're all very eager to get the JPSS-2 data in our hands. How soon will it be available to the end user?
Well, the end users will start to see it in forecast in a matter of months. Typically what happens is the instruments on a new satellite will be turned on one by one, and then they'll be checked out to make sure that the instruments are performing as expected and that the data are what we think they are. We'll compare them to the JPSS-1 data, for example, and then they'll go into the numerical weather prediction models, and so we'll have a seamless transition from one JPSS satellite to the next one.
Right. Well, we're looking forward to seeing that data. That's very exciting. Jim Yo, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure to be with you today.
Absolutely. Back to you.
Today's launch marked the second this year, made possible because of the NASA-NOAA partnership. Jim and Jasmine actually just mentioned it. GOES-T lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center back in March. Now renamed GOES-18, it keeps continuous watch over the western U.S., Mexico, Central America, and the Pacific Ocean as a geostationary satellite. That means it rotates with the Earth, remaining in a fixed position in the sky, unlike JPSS-2, which again will fly pole to pole. Having constellations of both kinds of satellites gives NOAA a complete picture of our Earth's weather and climate. JPSS-2 is the third in the latest series of advanced polar orbiting satellites, and boy, they travel fast. It only takes 90 minutes for them to go from the North Pole to the South Pole and back up to the North Pole again. And every time a satellite flies over a pole, it transmits data to two primary ground stations, so you don't have to wait long for a weather forecast. One station is near the North Pole on Norway's remote Svalbard Islands, you see right there. The other is at a station in Antarctica. Antennas at each ground station collect data from the satellites as they pass over. Receivers capture the data, which is then fed into computer models and then to you via weather apps and forecasters. JPSS-2 will do more than warn you of severe weather and help you to plan what you wear each day. NASA's Jasmine Hopkins is back again to show us how the data it collects can also be used to forecast crop yields and how much you pay at the grocery store.
Joining us now is Irene Parker, Deputy Assistant Administrator Systems for NESDIS. Now, Irene, what does NESDIS stand for?
NESDIS is NOAA's National Environmental Satellite and Information Service. And basically what it does is providing satellite and observational data for the nation, specifically for weather and climate.
Wow, okay, a big title. You've got a pretty big job then. So tell me, we understand that JPSS and other satellites like that can help predict the weather, but they can also help us understand rising prices at the grocery store. How does that work?
Oh yeah, people don't realize how much this information from this satellite actually affects their day-to-day lives. So for folks like you and I going to the grocery store and you see those costs of that apple or that banana, that information is really coming from and being supported by our JPSS-2 satellite systems. So the data that the JPSS-2 instruments collect, they're allowing scientists to predict droughts, and it also tracks the greenness of crops. And that information goes into a product called the Vegetation Health Index, and that helps people determine how much food supply the harvest is going to actually produce that year. And based off of that, that determines what that price of that apple, that lettuce, etc., is actually costing us at the grocery store.
Wow, so it's really helping us in that day-to-day life.
It is.
They're also helping us better understand our changing climate. How is that working?
So the way it's helping us with our changing of our climate is that it is providing us continuous data records for the past 40 years. So NOAA has been basically operating polar satellites since the 1980s. So what's really key is that we continue these observations, and the JPSS-2 satellite is going to continue these key observations to be able to monitor the climate change. So basically it's tracking data such as changes in our temperature, sea ice, clouds. It's tracking ocean color information, and all that information is being used by scientists to determine how the climate is evolving. And what it really is also doing is it's actually even taking information above the Arctic, and it's able to see how the Arctic is changing. So you can measure how the change in the sea ice have been happening over the years. And that really helps the scientists and the community to see how climate is changing around the world.
Irene, that is awesome. A lot of great data that we're getting from these. Thank you so much for joining us today.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Back to you.
We're now just moments away from main engine cutoff. Let's go back out to Derrol Nail and Mick Woltman, who's been monitoring the launch team for us.
That's right, Megan. Thank you. Back here at the Mission Directors Center, joined by Mick Woltman, engineer with Launch Services Program. I'm Derrol Nail, as you mentioned, and we are tracking the JPSS-2.
A little over a minute remaining in the burn, continuing to see very good performance out of the RL-10.
That's a good sign. RL-10 burning well.
Continuing to see very stable Centaur body rates.
Yep, very stable flight for Centaur through this whole burn. It's about 12 minutes, 51 seconds, roughly somewhere in there, as we get ready to come up on main engine cutoff 1 for this first burn as we get ready for JPSS-2 separation, Derrol. So we've been watching the telemetry live here on the animation from ULA through their SDK. Things look really well.
Yeah, the burn expected to last right around 13 minutes, putting JPSS-2, the Joint Polar Satellite System 2, into its proper polar sun-synchronous orbit. You're looking at animation reflecting real-time telemetry. Just now T-minus 20 seconds until that burn is finished.
And standing by for MECO shortly.
It also,
and we've had MECO 1, main engine cutoff.
You can see that reflected in the animation. We saw a little bit of movement by the reaction control system, which is also reflected here.
And now seeing the RCS system fire at 100% settling.
Yeah, so what the Centaur's doing now is trying to settle the
settle
propellants inside the tank. Yep, as we get ready to finish up this burn and get ready for J2 separation about 11 minutes from now. As everything gets ready to go and they start powering up all the systems on the spacecraft, making sure it's all ready to go prior to initiating a separation command.
Will coast for a little over 10 minutes prior to JPSS-2 separation.
All right, so that direct inject just a few minutes away. We're going to monitor the progress and continue to do so. In the meantime, let's send it back to Megan.
After JPSS-2 coverage is complete, we will shift our focus to Lofted, the low Earth orbit flight test of an inflatable decelerator, basically a new heat shield. We will have live commentary of that demonstration right here on our broadcast, but right now here with me is Tanya Laughinghouse. She is the program manager for technology demonstrations at NASA. Good morning to you, Tanya. I got to ask you, why is this new inflatable heat shield so unique?
Well, Lofted is essentially a test flight of an inflatable heat shield, and all prior flight tests of this technology have been suborbital. So that means they go up and then they come back down. Well, today's test will actually be orbital, so we'll do a full orbit around the Earth and come back. And once it does that, the energy is going to be so much greater, and so we're really excited to see how it performs at orbital velocities.
And how could this technology be a game changer for future missions into deep space?
Well, absolutely. So when we're trying to land a spacecraft into the thin atmosphere of a planet like Mars, we need a really big heat shield in order to slow it down safely. And previous heat shield diameters have typically been limited to the size of the vessel that it's launching in. And so what's so great about Lofted is that its heat shield is pliable, so you're able to fold it and compact it very tight into the spacecraft. And so that means you have additional room for other high mass items that are needed for crewed mission to Mars. Items like oxygen sensors, like entry vehicles, habitats, rovers, etc.
So I see the space applications, but you and I were also talking about this earlier, that there are Earth applications for this technology as well.
Absolutely. So in NASA Space Tech, we love to say that technology drives exploration. But another huge objective for space tech programs like Technology Demonstration Missions Program that I manage is that they are directly aligned with NASA's strategic objective to develop technologies that improve the quality of life here on Earth. And a prime example of that, Megan, to your question, is the spin-off tech from the heat shield materials, the materials that we make the heat shields. NASA and the U.S. Department of Agriculture developed a prototype to improve a fire shelter that protects firefighters, and it's made from the actual materials that come from Lofted.
Tanya, thank you so much. I love when we can draw those parallels again, how we could use things in space, but also the same technology here on Earth. So thank you so much for that. And at the top of this broadcast, we told you today's launch was LSP's 100th mission. As we mark this milestone, team members look back at some of the missions that got us there.
Status check, proceed with current count.
And now coming to us through a downlink from a T7.
Rock formation.
2 minutes, 10,
Inlet 5002, T0 is planned for 0205.
and liftoff.
You never forget your first. And my first mission I worked was the demonstration of autonomous rendezvous technology. Basically, it was demonstrating the technology of autonomously docking to a spacecraft in space. At the time, I didn't really understand or know what that technology was being used for, but now that technology is being heavily used today.
My first assignment was Lucy as a backup integration engineer. I felt overwhelmed at first, but I started to realize I had the full support of my management team. I had all of their years of experience that I could count on as sort of standing behind me. We hit our mark. We launched on the first second of our planetary window that we've been targeting for over 3 years.
Sojourner was my very first. Ever since that mission, I've been a part of every other rover that has landed on Mars. Spirit and Opportunity, I was also the launch director for MSL and Curiosity. So those are always something that I could look back and say, wow, I was fortunate enough to be in the right job, to be able to do this and do my little part to make that happen.
After experiencing my very first LSP mission, I think is when reality hit me that I get to be a part of this incredible team that's making history, really, and is helping all of humanity, which is amazing.
The heat shield test we'll see later today is led by NASA's Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. Let's head back over there with NASA's Angelique Herring, who's with the Lofted team. Angelique, tell me, what are they preparing for now?
Hey Megan, over here the team is waiting for the re-entry vehicle to actually power on. That will in a lot of ways mark the beginning of today's Lofted demonstration. After the re-entry vehicle powers on, it'll be time for the heat shield to actually start to inflate. During that time, it'll go from its stowed size to the full 6-meter size in the 10 minutes or so that it'll take to inflate. And that will be a really exciting time. After that, there'll be separation, and then the real-time beacon will turn on, transmitting the data that the team will be monitoring here at the Flight Mission Support Center. Now, the team here, a lot of the members have actually been working on Lofted for over 10 years since it started right here at NASA Langley Research Center. And that might be why they are particularly excited to, explore today and see just what the HIAD technology can do and what Lofted can show us about that technology. For right now, though, we're going to be waiting anxiously for the official start of the Lofted demonstration with the turning on of the re-entry vehicle and that real-time beacon. With that, we're going to head back over to you.
But before Lofted, we must successfully deploy JPSS into space. JPS weather satellites are considered the backbone of NOAA's global observing system. NASA's Jasmine Hopkins spoke with one of the scientists on this project.
Joining us now is Jim Gleason, project scientist for the JPSS flight project. Thanks so much for being here, Jim.
Thank you, Jasmine. Glad to be here.
Of course, we're glad to have you. So you work for Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland. Can you tell me, what does Goddard do for JPSS and other weather satellites?
Well, NASA and NOAA have had a 50-year partnership in launching, weather satellites for the nation. And Goddard Space Flight Center is where those satellites are built for NOAA. We get together with NOAA, they decide what they want their satellites to do, and we at Goddard, we build them, we launch them, check them out, and turn them over once they're all running properly.
That is awesome. A great partnership, and then it comes all the way over here to Vandenberg Space Force Base in California for launch. So
exactly. So we're at the tail end of the process for JPSS-2. We'll have a successful launch and checkout, and then the JPSS-2 data will be joining all the rest of the polar satellite and other satellites in the NOAA system to make the products and forecasts that everyone depends on.
Exactly, and just as you mentioned that satellite system, JPSS-2 has 4 very complex instruments on it. Can you tell me your role and your focus on those?
Well, each of the 4 instruments does something special for NOAA. They're incredibly complex. They measure the temperature of the atmosphere, they measure the temperature of the surface of the ocean, various look at how green the vegetation is, aerosol, smoke. Complicated instruments are hard to build. They have many requirements, and it's my job to make sure that the instruments perform to what NOAA needs so they can make the products and services.
Right, that's a pretty important job, then, making sure that they all work correctly. And some of these complex instruments have also been on previous satellites in the system. So why is it important that the data is consistent?
Well, there's 2 kinds of consistency. There's the consistency of JPSS-1 and JPSS-2 and hopefully 3 and 4, so that the forecasters have a kind of data that they're used to and they don't have to change their weather models too much to adjust for the new data. They like a consistent product. From a long-term perspective, we have invested in satellite data to measure the Earth for decades. And by putting those satellite data records together over the decades, we can understand if there's any change. So we are connecting data from the POSE satellites in the 70s to the JPSS satellites in the 2020s.
Wow, that is awesome. Very consistent data over decades.
Decades.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim Gleason, thank you so much for joining us. Back to you.
Okay, we're now minutes away from JPSS-2 separation. Let's head back on over to you-know-who, Derrol and Mick.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yes, we are here awaiting the separation of JPSS-2, just seconds away. Mick, this is the big moment.
Yeah, that's what we've been waiting for, right, to get this primary mission, JPSS-2, separated and on its way to participate with J1 and NPP, delivering weather data for us. So exciting here as we get ready for this separation event.
SBSEP shortly, continuing to see stable performance across all Centaur systems.
We're expecting that separation in just about 22 seconds.
And we've had good indication of separation of the JPSS-2 spacecraft.
And there you have it. Separation of JPSS-2.
And Centaur is now completing its collision avoidance maneuver following spacecraft SEP.
And you saw the folks there in the ULA launch control room with a round of applause and some handshaking going on.
And seeing the Centaur body rate stabilize following the turn to the CCAM attitude.
NASA launch manager Omar Baez getting some congratulatory handshakes.
JPSS-2 project manager Andre Dress there congratulating Omar, and I know Andre's very happy as well as the JPSS team to have J2 separated and on its way. As we heard, Centaur performed a CCAM maneuver. This is a maneuver to make sure that Centaur is out of the way as it gets ready to restart its engines for the next phase of this mission for Lofted, that we don't hit into the J2 satellite. So things are going well with the mission so far, and settling, and RCS continues to work on the Centaur vehicle.
Mission manager Sean Daly there at the far left of your screen. Years of hard work paying off now, Mick?
Yeah, a lot of these folks have spent a lot of time working J2 to get it to this point and working through stuff.
And passing 30 minutes into flight, continuing to see stable body rates out of Centaur. Centaur will coast for approximately another 15 minutes prior to MES-2. Continuing to see good performance out of RCS, very stable tank pressures, and very stable body rates as well.
And as you look at this animation of Centaur, there's still a vehicle attached to it. That's lofted, encased at the end, the far left end of the vehicle, lofted inside of a payload adapter that once held JPSS-2. It's now been released. And this is the second part of the flight, the primary mission now accomplished. We're looking for that acquisition of signal from JPSS-2, but also transitioning now to the lofted tech demonstration.
Yeah, absolutely, Derrol. As the team is continuing its slow playback of some of the data through the TDRS network for that video that we hope to see a little later. The team is also waiting to hear about acquisition signal of JPSS-2, making sure that it's power positive and getting ready to perform its tasks with solar array deployment and powering up some of the other systems as they get ready to bring JPSS-2 completely online for its mission.
And while the mood is celebratory here at the Mission Directors Center in Vandenberg, California, for a lot of the folks here and the team here, our thoughts and prayers are with our family, loved ones, and friends who are back home in Florida as Hurricane Nicole made landfall just about 30 minutes ago in Vero Beach, according to reports. It's weakened now to a tropical storm, but of course that's just 60 miles south of our base camp at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And so, as I know you've been texting your wife, and I have mine, getting updates about the action of the storm there and how that's impacting the area. We've got some strong winds that our home center is currently experiencing. That's something certainly on our hearts and minds.
Yeah, definitely thinking about it, Derrol. But, you know, I also sit here and think about the fact that we just launched a weather satellite, another one. I'm very thankful for the weather satellites we have up there already in the JPSS-1 series and the GOES series that work together in conjunction with each other to determine our weather data and bring forecasters most accurate data they can for situations just like this that we're experiencing over in Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So ironic or very heartwarming to know that we just added another satellite to this constellation to help the nation.
Well said, Mick. Certainly JPSS-2, that's its wheelhouse.
Absolutely.
Severe weather.
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to keep monitoring the situation. We're going to be looking for that next burn.
33 minutes into flight, continuing to see stable body rates out of Centaur. We have seen the RCS system go to 100% settling.
Good report out there from Centaur. We'll keep monitoring it, but for now, we'll throw it back to Megan.
And to celebrate the launch of JPSS-2, NOAA asked for photos of the places you love, places the satellite will protect by observing the Earth, atmosphere, and our oceans.
Still resides homecoming, homecoming, homecoming. She said, show me what you got, babe. I'm not like other girls. Just give me your bad self in a place for us to make a stand, and I can move the world. Lift the valley from the floor, honey. Little town to the sky. They'll say that it's a miracle, and you'll know damn well they're right. Damn well they're right. Homecoming now. Homecoming, homecoming. Homecoming now. Homecoming, homecoming. Still resides. Still resides. show me what you got, babe. I'm not like other girls. Just give me your bad self in a place for us.
To see the rest of that video and all of the pictures you shared with us, because we got a ton, just take a look at the screen there. We're going to put up a QR code. You can scan that QR code to see the rest of the pictures. It's really worth the watch, and again, as a reminder of how beautiful our planet is and why it's worth protecting. Real quick, here's my picture of a place I love. I took this photo about 3 years ago now in the Philippines, which is where my family is from. I just love the vibrant blues and greens of that photo, but I really chose this picture to hammer home how weather satellites help us all the time. Because while I was on that trip, a volcano erupted. Airline officials used weather satellite data to track the amount of volcanic ash in the sky to let us know when it was clear enough to fly home. Now let's head back over to Derrol and Mick. Again, as they've been saying, we're still waiting a confirmation of acquisition of signal. So let's see what we have now.
Megan, we have confirmation of that acquisition of signal we can report out to you. So good news there. The JPSS-2 weather satellite now communicating with ground stations, and yet another thing to celebrate with regards to this weather satellite.
Absolutely. Solar array deploy confirmed. So the satellite is looking very healthy. JPSS-2 team is very happy with this. So very happy to hear from Omar Baez, our launch manager, that we did acquire the JPSS-2 satellite, and everything's going well.
And now we're awaiting some imagery, some video from Centaur of that moment of separation for the JPSS-2 satellite. Looking forward to seeing that. But in the meantime, want to point your attention to the animation that we're looking at. That's the Centaur facing in a downward position with lofted aimed in that direction, and there's a good reason for that, Mick.
Yeah, as we get ready for this next burn will take Centaur and lofted into a lower altitude, which will then begin the operations for the lofted demonstration mission as they get ready to do their work, and then have them separate and then do their re-entry here into Earth. And we're going to hear a lot more about that later, but excited about the lofted mission and the things that it is going to demonstrate for us for future missions to Mars and possible hardware recovery for rockets.
Absolutely, and we are flying T plus 37 minutes and 50 seconds into our flight. It's been a good one, launching at 1:49 a.m. Pacific time, 4:49 a.m. Eastern time. Awaiting now some imagery downlinked from the Centaur that shows the moment of separation for JPSS-2, the Joint Polar Satellite System. That's going to provide advancements to improve the accuracy of our weather forecasts, something we certainly appreciate now more than ever with a storm, tropical storm, blowing through Florida, our home base. Again, we have we had successful separation of the JPSS-2 spacecraft. And minutes later, got acquisition of signal from the spacecraft. The Atlas V 401 rocket delivering that JPSS-2 into what's been described as a nominal injection of JPSS-2.
And coming up on 40 minutes into flight, about 6 minutes remaining in the coast, continuing to see good performance from RCS. Very stable Centaur body rates near null, and very stable battery voltages and temperatures as well.
We talked about a number of dedications, Mick, in the pre-launch portion of the show. I want to revisit one of those, and that's the dedication to Mark Levesque. In 2007, Mark accepted a position with United Launch Alliance at Vandenberg Air Force Base, where he worked as a test conductor, an anomaly chief, and achieved his lifelong dream by rising to the position of launch conductor for missions launching on Delta II, Delta IV, and Atlas V rockets. Levesque retired early, but was diagnosed with cancer in 2018 and passed away 3 years later. Mick, I know you knew Mark well, worked with him for a number of years. It's nice to have this mission dedicated to him.
Yeah, the team, NASA LSP team and the United Launch Alliance team are very happy to have Mark's name on this rocket. He was an incredible engineer, incredible mentor, incredible friend to a lot of us. Mark was one of the smartest guys I knew on the launch ladder logic in the electrical systems here at Space Launch Complex 3. I had the privilege of working for Mark in 1999 when we launched AC-141 off of this pad, and for several missions later, not only as a NASA employee but a ULA employee. And his dedication to space and to continuing that education to others was just amazing. Mark was an amazing guy, and he will be missed by all of his teammates.
And his wife was here to watch the moment. Here sitting in the VIP section. Glad that she could make it here. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor the progress of Centaur and Lofted. I'll send it back to Megan at the host desk.
And Mark Levesque was one of 2 dedications today. Let's meet the man who today's heat shield flight test is dedicated to.
One of the reasons that I became really excited about space, this was even before high school, back in the early Apollo days, the first Apollo landing. I was watching that, I was all of 3 years old with my mom, and she was trying to explain to me how these were the first people to ever set foot on the moon. I asked her in my young wisdom if she had ever been to the moon. She tried to explain, well, these are the first. No, I haven't been there. So I promised her at that point that I would someday take her to the moon, doing my best to keep my promise.
He called excitedly to tell me about ULA having been awarded 4 of the 6 flights in the next page of lunar exploration, and said, "Mom, I'm a step closer to fulfilling my promise to you as a 4-year-old." And that was just 5 days before he passed away. I like to think that perhaps he's wandering the moon.
Bernard was our chief rocket scientist, and he was absolutely instrumental in all of our future technologies.
Bernard is just a wonderful person and energetic.
He was the energy in the room and full of ideas.
For me, it was just inspirational being around him. He just seemed to think he could do most anything, you know? And he'd come in a room and he'd convince others of that.
He was just a genius. He was such a brilliant guy and so creative.
Well, Bernard Cutter really was the driving force behind the Lofted mission.
He dreamed up how this mission could work with NASA.
Lofted is really cool.
It's an inflatable heat shield, so we can deflate it and fold it up.
But then inflates into a primary structure.
That will slow down a payload as it re-enters. And ultimately, this technology is going to help ULA reuse engines and help NASA land on Mars in the future.
Well, Bernard really brought all this together.
Without Bernard Cutter, this mission really could not have happened.
NASA and United Launch Alliance are dedicating the low Earth orbit flight test of an inflatable decelerator for the Lofted mission in honor of Bernard Cutter.
It's quite an honor to have Bernard's name on this mission. And part of it is because of his enthusiasm about this mission. But I really think it's bigger than that. It's his enthusiasm and his influence across the whole industry.
He was somebody who was always envisioning ways to get humans into outer space.
And we can see how one person with vision, hard work, and just enthusiasm can make a huge difference.
His legacy is in the ideas that he's been planting for the last decade and will get developed for the next 20, 30 years. Bernard planted all those seeds.
What touching tributes to both Bernard and Mark. I know it means a lot to their family and friends to be able to remember and honor them today. Let's head back over to Derrol and Mick as we approach MES-2 and MECO-2.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. Main engine start 2. We are awaiting that. It's just a few seconds away on the clock here. 45 minutes and 41 seconds. And currently we're just...
the PU motor performance pre-burn slews.
Just about 40 seconds away from that burn. It's a short burn, this second burn of the Centaur upper stage.
And
with
we have fuel pre-start on the RL-10.
Lofted attached. It'll be 42.9 seconds. A short burn.
Yeah, we just need this short burn to get to that lower altitude.
Pre-start on the RL-10.
And we hear that we have pre-start with locks and getting ready for ignition.
And we have main engine start 2.
Okay, now
RL-10 operating parameters are looking good, stabilizing very quickly. And Centaur body rates are stabilizing nicely following the burn. And we have MECO 2.
So just like that, the burn is
RL-10
over.
shutdown parameters look good for the second burn as well.
And just want to point out that this is a unique view that we're looking at. In terms of an animation, you don't often see a second stage pointed down.
That's correct.
and doing a burn.
That's correct. And in this case, we're doing that for a specific reason, right? So that Lofted can get in the position they need to do their work and then get ready to separate. We'll see that a little bit later as they demonstrate that work.
Now let's take a look at some video that we just downlinked a few moments ago. This was of a huge milestone, the release of JPSS-2. There it goes, from the Centaur upper stage off into space.
And you can see in that picture right there, Derrol, not only is J2 separating from the stack, but that whole stack of metal that we see that it's separated from, Lofted is inside those adapter cones and protected right now. And that's a beautiful sight to see J2 move away from the Centaur as we get ready for this next portion of this mission with Lofted.
And there you see Centaur in its deorbit burn to get to the right trajectory to drop off Lofted, which is at the bottom end of the Centaur, in its payload launch adapter. When that's released and the cover comes off,
and seeing the Centaur body rate stabilize as it reaches the PTC roll rate.
We'll get some inflation.
Continuing to see very good performance out of RCS and very stable tank pressures and battery voltages as well.
Yeah, so as we see this, Derrol, Centaur is moving into position to get ready for Lofted's work and separation. And then, as you mentioned, once Lofted separates, Centaur will do a third burn, getting ready for deorbit, and we'll continue the mission that way as Lofted then heads into the atmosphere and demonstrates its technology for splashdown later this morning.
We have confirmation that indeed the solar arrays for JPSS-2 have been deployed. Another great milestone reached with the JPSS-2 satellite. Besides a little bit of a launch delay at the beginning, everything going really well for that mission.
Everything going nominal. Everything's going great for this mission, and things are looking good for the J2 satellite. As we said, acquisition of signal, solar array deployment. The team is very happy. Things are looking really well for the J2 mission up to this point.
And so now with
and coming up on 50
Centaur
in
flight, position
initial review
for that third burn, we want to say goodbye and thank you to Mick Woltman, Launch Services Program Engineer, for riding shotgun and giving us your insight and commentary. You spent a lot of time with Atlas V. You know it well, and you were able to walk us through the early issue, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it, Derrol. It's always fun to be with you guys talking at launch, especially this last Atlas V from Slick 3. It has a special place for me, having started my career here, and I always enjoy doing commentary with you, my friend. So thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of the mission.
Same here, Mick, and I appreciate the words, and thank you again. And so with that, we'll send it back to Megan and continue tracking the Centaur and Lofted.
I love having Mick on the broadcast. It's always good to have him. You, Derrol, you're okay. Sometimes I like you. Well, as we wait lofted, here's a closer look at the new inflatable heat shield by the numbers. It weighs 2,400 pounds, and that's about the same size as an adult male crocodile. It's about 20 feet across. That's the size of one shipping container. It is made up of inflatable rings, 15 times stronger than steel, and can withstand temperatures in excess of 2,900 degrees Fahrenheit. That is hot. And as Mick and Derrol have been talking about, today was the last Atlas V rocket launch from the West Coast as ULA gets closer to launching Vulcan rockets from here in 2023. Atlas V has been America's longest servicing active rocket and part of the Launch Services program for more than a decade. As we mark 100 launches with LSP, here's how the team describes working together through all those successful missions.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Switch to the ready position.
We have a go from NASA launch manager Tim Dunn.
Go and your formation. Go out. T0 is planned for 0205.
It's been said many times, I'm not the first, won't be the last, but we really consider LSP to be a family. And by being kind of small and flexible and agile, we really have grown incredibly tight over the now 24 years that we've been a program.
Working with LSP is working with family. It's not even like family, it is family.
There's a lot of stress in the jobs that we have. We are trying to make sure that a spacecraft gets launched successfully where it needs to go for people who have worked on it, their whole lifetimes. And so that's a lot of pressure on the people in the organization. And so when you accomplish that launch, you've done it together as a team. And so we all come together like a family to solve the problems and to get the mission done, and we're all working to achieve the same goal.
The one thing I love about it is we make each other better. It's not just about the launch day, but the little things that we do all day, every day that make the workplace enjoyable.
I actually got hired on during the pandemic, and even though I was not meeting people like I normally would, I got to experience that family atmosphere, even virtually. And so I think it's something that really it's woven throughout the fabric of the program. And so there's a culture within LSP where people don't have to look behind their back, afraid that someone's gonna step on their back to get to where they wanna go, but instead, there are people who have your back and are pushing you forward so that you can be successful and so the program can be successful. And so that's where that family atmosphere comes from. It's talked about, but it's not just a saying, it's a lifestyle, and so it's really cool to be a part of that.
Lofted project is managed and funded by NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate. I got to speak with Technology Demonstrations Director Trudy Cordes.
So Trudy, tell me about the Space Technology Mission Directorate and why testing an inflatable heat shield was so important to you guys.
So Megan, in space technology, we say often technology drives exploration. And we don't just say that because it's a fun motto or a cute catchphrase. We really say it because we mean it. We are looking to invest in technologies that will enable future missions. We have a lot of planning on the books right now and the Moon to Mars objectives for missions that are really just on paper at this point. But without missions like Lofted, we're not going to get there. These are enabling technologies.
Sure.
So at a broad level, we're looking to enable those future missions that we need to get done. But then at a more basic sense, we're looking just to see, does the technology work? It's the first time we're putting it together at 6 meters, which is about 20 feet. We're going to, put it through atmosphere, in this case, the Earth's atmosphere. In technology demonstrations, we put everything we can together at a system level. We test as much as we possibly can on the ground, but at some point, you have to put it in the environment in which it's supposed to operate. And so when this gets demonstrated, you could think of the Earth's atmosphere as our giant test chamber to be able to do that.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit more about those future missions that this could enable. How could NASA use this technology for us to do things that we have yet to imagine? imagine?
Sure. So this technology is in the category of what we call entry, descent, and landing. It'll enable us to land larger payloads than ever before. And so, for example, you need an atmosphere. So missions to Mars, Venus, Titan, the largest moon of Saturn, become possibilities for us. But much larger payloads. We could actually land at higher elevations, for example, on Mars than before with our robotic missions, because it can decelerate faster. So it opens up a whole host of possibilities for us.
Okay, so possibilities for NASA. What about our commercial companies that we often work with?
Yeah, so I'll just mention we've enjoyed a lot of really great partnerships on Lofted. And I know you have other people that you're talking to about that, but you know, JPSS-2, NOAA, our science mission director at Friends have all been really great with this collaboration with us, but most especially United Launch Alliance. So ULA recognized that this technology that we were working on could benefit them. And so they approached us, and they want to use it to bring back the first stage engines for their Vulcan rocket. If they can do that, once they successfully do that, that lowers the cost of access to space. It lowers the cost of their launch vehicle, which then we can purchase. Other government organizations who purchase launch vehicle services can do the same thing. So it becomes a win for them, a win for us, and frankly, in technology demonstrations, we love it when a plan like that comes together, and it certainly has in this case.
Oh yeah, nothing better than a win-win situation.
That's right. That's right, and that's what's happened here.
Trudy, thank you so much.
Thanks, Megan. Nice to be here.
Heat shields have evolved over time. Earlier spacecrafts had one-time use heat shields that charred from the intense heat of re-entry. Space shuttles were protected by heat-resistant tiles, which could be reused if they weren't damaged. And now this morning's flight test will demonstrate a flexible heat shield that could, as Trudy said, revolutionize space travel.
Before a cutting-edge technology like an inflatable heat shield can be flight tested, a lot of work goes into building, assembling, and testing all of the components. Here's how low Earth orbit flight test of an inflatable decelerator, or Lofted, was readied for launch. The inflatable structure, made up of tori, or rings, was built and put through static load testing to ensure its structural integrity. A payload adapter separation system was developed and tested using air bearings on a flat floor, like an air hockey table, to simulate a space-like environment. At launch, Lofted is packed inside the payload adapter used to connect JPSS-2 to the rocket. After JPSS-2 separates, the payload adapter separation system will jettison the container. The inflation system, designed to slowly expand the aeroshell, was tested using an inflatable simulator that uses the same amount of air as the flight aeroshell. Each inflation test was run as the system would operate in flight. This procedure ensured the inflation system will respond as intended during routine operations and potential anomalies. The aeroshell was integrated with the rest of the re-entry vehicle. The vehicle is comprised of several stacked segments that link the inflatable structure to the inflation system, flight electronics, ejectable data recorder, and parachute system. A matchmate test verified that all the hardware from both NASA and the United Launch Alliance fit together and align properly. This also served as a rehearsal for the final integration procedures. Electromagnetic compatibility testing ensures the spacecraft does not emit radio frequencies that could interfere with anything on the integrated launch vehicle, and that Lofted won't be harmed by any electromagnetic radiation it may experience during launch. A complete system test was conducted inside a 60-foot vacuum sphere that can simulate a space-like environment. A full test of the flight sequence was run under vacuum exactly as it will execute during the flight demonstration. Once the inflatable aeroshell was repacked, its weight and center of gravity were measured. Determining these characteristics is important to ensure the spacecraft will perform as expected during flight. Lofted also has an ejectable data module that provides a redundant source of data from the sensors and cameras on board. The EDM has undergone many functional tests as well as a series of practice recoveries. With Lofted in its launch configuration, it was vibration tested to ensure no damage will occur during the intense launch and re-entry process. Lofted underwent one final test to ensure it was fully functional before being packed and shipped to Vandenberg Space Force Base, its final destination for launch.
A lot of hard work definitely went into this flight test. And before this flight test, heat shields could only be as big as the size of the launch vehicle. But as you just heard, that might not be the case anymore. NASA's Angelique Herring is live at Langley with an expert on the flexible thermal protection system.
Yes, I'm here outside of the Flight Mission Support Center with Stephen Tobin, the lead thermal engineer from the Lofted demonstration. Stephen, it's so great to have you here this morning.
Good morning, Angelique. Thanks for checking in.
Absolutely. So, Stephen, I know that we're still a few minutes away from the reentry vehicle actually turning on. What is the team going to be doing here at Flight Mission Support after that moment?
So we're going to be on our consoles looking at sensor data that's coming down, transmitted from Lofted near real time. We have all kinds of sensors all over the Lofted aeroshell, and many of them are temperature sensors that are embedded within the layers of the thermal protection system. We also have heat rate and pressure sensors on the nose of the vehicle. So I'm going to be looking at a critical subset of that sensor data and reporting out to the team on the thermal response of the aeroshell and also comparing to our thermal models predictions.
That'll be incredibly exciting. There's a lot of data going on there. How are you going to use that in order to determine the success of today's demonstration?
Well, I'm going to be looking in particular at the temperature sensor data in between the flexible thermal protection system and the inflatable structure. So we call that the interface. And if it's okay, I can show you a sample of the flexible thermal protection system.
Absolutely.
Just to run you through the layers and give you an idea of what I'm looking at. But this is the actual half-inch of material that is protecting the inflatable structure from the heat of reentry. And this is a sample of the inflatable structure skin. So first of all, we have a very strong woven ceramic outer fabric that protects the softer underlying insulation layers from direct aerodynamic heating and shear forces. And then we have a carbonaceous and polymer fiber insulation stack. And that's that softer insulation that really resists the heat soak back through the layers and to the inflatable structure. And then finally, we have our impermeable gas barrier. And this is preventing hot gas from flowing through those porous insulators and directly impinging onto the inflatable structure. And this interface between the gas barrier and the inflatable structure is really the most critical thermally because it's where it'll reach a maximum temperature on the inflatable structure. So I'm going to be looking at the sensor data here at this interface and looking to see where it peaks up and then starts to trend down. And once we see that, and we also see that the inflatable structure is holding pressure nominally, then that is the indication we need to see that the Lofted RV reentry vehicle has indeed survived the extreme heating and structural loading of reentry.
And what an exciting moment that'll be. Can't wait. With that, we'll head
Yes,
back over to you, Megan.
Nearly 5 minutes away from testing NASA's new inflatable heat shield. Derrol Nail is now joined by NASA engineer Sean Hancock to provide live commentary about this portion of today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Megan. And we welcome in, as you mentioned, Sean Hancock, the payload adapter, Lofted payload adapter lead engineer. We appreciate you being here, sharing your expertise with us. You'll be here for the duration of the Lofted Tech demonstration. And this is an exciting mission.
Yeah, this is a first of its kind. It's the first orbital flight for a HIAD, so we're super excited. We're really glad to be in space.
We are looking right now for the third burn, Sean, the main engine start number 3 for the Centaur, which is going to put that Lofted return vehicle in the proper orientation. There we see a graphical animation that's based on real-time data coming from ULA's telemetry stream that shows us the orientation currently of Centaur, and we're going to have a quick
about a minute and a
burn.
half remaining in the coast prior to burn 3.
Yeah,
This
so
will be
the
another very
Centaur
short burn. Continuing to see very stable Centaur body rates near null in preparation for the burn, and good performance across all other Centaur systems as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Okay, yeah, so the Centaur is going to turn main engine forward. It's going to conduct a very short burn that's going to slow the Centaur and the spacecraft down sufficiently, and that will allow us to be on a trajectory where we re-enter Earth's atmosphere and we'll start our mission.
And we are just a little more than a minute away from main engine start number 3. This will be a very brief burn. approximately 17
and
seconds.
The PU motor performance pre-burn slews again.
You can see lofted. It is contained within, Sean, your payload adapter at the end of the rocket, represented in the animation. Again, getting Centaur into that third burn will help deorbit the payload and the Centaur. And this is kicking off what is a really exciting mission, John. Lofted stands for Low Earth Orbit Flight Test of an Inflatable Decelerator.
Yeah, so the lofted payload, we're residing inside the payload adapter, and we're going to conduct this deorbit burn right now.
There we go. There's the main engine start.
And our antennas come up to very stable operating pressures.
That deorbit burn, just a few seconds long.
And standing by for MECO shortly.
We'll let you finish your thought in a second, Sean, as we finish off this burn.
Oh, I'm excited just watching it.
And our L10 shutdown parameters look good.
All right, main engine cut off for that third burn. Successful third burn.
And seeing the Centaur body rates respond as it reorients itself for the payload adapter jettison attitude.
And he mentioned the payload adapter. I want to talk really quick about it. That's your area of expertise, Sean, and we have a couple pictures to help explain that adapter that we see in the animation. You take lofted and you basically pack it extremely tightly into that payload adapter. Here it is fully inflated, right? You can get the scale of this 6-meter aeroshell underneath, on top of the text that you see there. But when you deflate it and put it into that adapter, here's what it looks like. Let's take a look now. There's your payload adapter. This is the part that you've worked on. You're the lead engineer for. Correct. Going over top of lofted, completely compressed into its size for flight.
Yeah, so just to put some numbers to it, the fully inflated aeroshell is 20 feet in diameter. When we get it packed and stowed for launch, we are down to 52 inches, or just slightly above 4 feet in diameter, and the aeroshell itself is only about 18 inches tall. And we're down in a little, very small package that allows us to fit inside that payload adapter directly below JPSS-2.
Now that adapter going to jettison here in just about a minute, but I want to just show you this. This is the JPSS-2 satellite that went on top of your payload adapter, which it was critical to have that in order to get JPSS-2, the primary spacecraft on this mission, in its proper orbit, and then allow you guys to do your tech demonstration. All right, we've got our assistant launch manager for Launch Services Program, Tim Dunn, standing by with Megan with some comments about the completion of the JPSS-2 mission. Megan?
Yeah, so let's talk with Tim Dunn here, the LSP launch director, Tim Dunn, who assisted with the launch today. You know, we confirmed acquisition of signal, so that marks the 100th successful mission of LSP. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, I'm feeling great. And Megan, the team is feeling just ecstatic.
Great.
We have our 100th launch under our belt, successful. Not to mention, we did confirm solar array deployment, and we are already acquiring the sun, and we're power positive on the spacecraft, so JPSS-2 is off to a great start.
That's fantastic. I want to know how Omar Baez is feeling. You know, he has been with LSP for 24 years. He's about to retire. This was his last mission as the NASA launch manager, right?
That is correct, yeah. I backed Omar up on this one, and he went out in style with the primary mission, and he's feeling great. I leaned over to him before I left console and I said, Omar, is there anything you would like to tell the NASA community? And he just had the biggest grin on his face. So Omar's done just amazing work. Here's some great pictures of O. And I've been able to work with him for the last 12 and a half years, and he's just amazing. He knows so much about what we do in LSP to mold the launch team and get us ready for today. Days just like today, and launching these rockets and putting these very critical spacecraft on orbit.
Yeah, you know, we do such important work here to advance a lot of science. So, of course, we just saw JPSS-2 putting that into orbit. Now we're about to transition into Lofted. LSP has a role in that.
So what we would call Lofted a ride share to the primary payload of JPSS-2, and our integration team was instrumental in making sure all of the launch requirements were satisfied to safely integrate Lofted alongside JPSS-2, making sure that we took care of J2 because it was the primary payload, but we also wanted to ensure that Lofted would have every ounce of mission assurance that we could provide to it. And we're really looking forward to the end of the mission with Lofted separation. That's going to be really exciting.
And real quick, what's next for LSP?
So what's next is the SWOT mission, Surface, Water, Ocean Topography, really exciting international collaboration mission with the French. It's going to happen right here from Vandenberg, December 12th on a Falcon 9 rocket with our launch provider SpaceX. So we're very much looking forward to that one.
That sounds great, Tim. Thank you so much, and I'll see you at SWAT.
All right, sounds good.
All right, let's go back out to Derrol and Sean for more updates on Lofted.
Megan, thank you very much. Back here at the Mission Director Center, we had a number of milestones that have passed through the Lofted series of events, and a couple of them, we want to name those out, are that payload adapter. It's been jettisoned. The cover has been released, and Sean, that image there shows us that Lofted has been inflated.
Yeah, so the payload adapter separates, that releases some pyro inhibits that allows us to remove a restraint cover over the stowed aeroshell, and then a minute later we start inflating the aeroshell, and we're into the inflation sequence. We'll start with a soft start that slowly flows air or nitrogen into the aeroshell, and then move full open and start a fast inflation.
Here's a data screen that we'll be tracking, Sean, that will allow us to see the milestones as they pass. Of course, the Lofted is going to be sending data, sometimes sporadically, to the crew on the ground, and that in turn is translated into this screen that you see here, where we have an expected milestone and then a detected milestone. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, correct. So this screen here has all the major milestones. A lot of the major milestones we don't have any way of verifying with data from the vehicle, so they're just marked as expected based on the time elapsed in the mission. The ones that show up as green, we actually have data that comes back from the spacecraft that tells us that this event has occurred.
And while we have a couple minutes, we're waiting for the next milestone, the one that we're expecting, and that's the spin-up of Lofted. This will be where Centaur will start spinning, start rolling over to get that Lofted return vehicle to get stabilized.
Correct. Yeah, so once we get up to about 3 or 4 psi, we call that maneuvering stiffness. The inflatable behaves more like a rigid body, and the Centaur can spin us up to around 3 RPM, and that will provide us with gyroscopic rigidity so that when we're on our ballistic reentry trajectory, we're a stable vehicle.
Absolutely. And while we have a moment, we want to call for a photo, just a light moment for your team, Sean. This happened out at Space Launch Complex 3 earlier this evening.
Yes.
There's Lofted engineer R.J. Bodkin proposing marriage to Jenny Shook. And they did this just before launch today. Certainly something that the Lofted team must be really happy about, and certainly, RJ is as well.
Oh yeah, we're absolutely ecstatic for both RJ and Jen. There was a lot of effort that went into planning that and making that possible, and we're very, very excited to see that RJ was able to propose today at the pad, and it's a big day for him. In addition to the Lofted mission, and we're very, very thankful to have been part of that.
Now, Lofted and Love. RJ and Jen been together since 2019. Congratulations to both of them and to the Lofted team. But we continue now with our technology demonstration here. Right now, you're starting to see the Centaur roll. That's that roll we were talking about. Spinning up lofted.
And standing by for lofted separation in a little under a minute.
And in less than 60 seconds, that separation, as you just heard. These milestones, by the way, we're hoping to have a video downlink just about 15 minutes from now. We'll be able to see what the camera on board Centaur recorded as lofted was spun up and separated.
And we have successful indication of separation of the lofted reentry vehicle.
And there it goes. Lofted's on its way back down to Earth, Sean.
So we're free flying now, and this is great news because now that we're separate, the lofted vehicle turns on a real-time beacon and we'll start transmitting data. So we'll be able to confirm some of these images that we're seeing on the computer model.
We got a little bit of time before that happens, before lofted really starts moving through the atmosphere and coming back down to Earth. So in the meantime, we're going to throw it back to Megan.
Great news, good to see. During reentry, the heat shield will be going faster than 22,200 miles per hour. Then Earth's atmosphere will start slowing it down significantly. It will experience a peak deceleration of 9 Gs. We asked a NASA expert about the different ways we can slow spacecraft down.
Well, there are primarily 2 methods of thought for how spacecraft slow down, and you really have to ask yourself, are we landing in an area that has an atmosphere? If not, you definitely want to go with retropropulsion, where you use retro thrusters pointed down at the surface of the planet to slow yourself down as you're coming in. If you do have an atmosphere, it makes it a lot easier, as the atmosphere acts as kind of a giant brake as you slow down. So you have your missions like Apollo that used retropropulsion when we went to the moon. When you're able to use the atmosphere, you have your heat shield on the blunt end of your spacecraft coming into the atmosphere, and then the parachutes will come out and slow you down the rest of the way to provide that safe landing. Here at NASA, we're constantly developing new technologies to help with that entry, descent, and landing, or EDL. Some of the trick in entering atmosphere is when you do have it, but it's really thin. One of the technologies NASA is developing to handle those is called HIAD, Hypersonic Inflatable Aerodynamic Decelerator. The HIAD can come as a heat shield much like the blunt body heat shields of those older missions that were made out of ceramics or metals and were very hard. However, HIAD is a flexible woven system that compacts really, really small. So you're able to actually get a very small heat shield inside your rocket diameter. With HIAD, when the fairing comes off, the heat shield can then inflate and expand to a diameter much larger than your rocket. Therefore, you're able to bring in a much larger payload than you were before. So how do spacecraft slow down? You have retropropulsion, you've got your rigid aeroshells and parachutes, and coming soon, we've got these inflatable heat shields.
That's free flying back to Earth as we speak. Now, Lofted is a unique mission for NASA's Launch Services program. NASA's Jasmine Hopkins found out why with NASA trajectory analyst Callie Burke.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Callie. You are a flight design analyst for NASA's Launch Services program, a big title for a big job. So tell me, what is so unique about this mission?
So when we have the JPSS-2 mission separate, and then the Centaur splashes down in the ocean so that it doesn't stay up in space as orbital debris, but it's not going there alone. It's going to have another payload that after the engine does its last firing, it's coming down, it's going to collect aeroscience data on the way down. So Centaur is going to be joined when it splashes down.
That is awesome. So 2 missions in one, basically.
Yeah.
That is really cool. So can you tell me, how did you design the trajectory for Lofted to make sure its ride to space was safe?
Another team member and I started working this about 5.5 years ago, and we had him design an early analysis trajectory model because we knew that the JPSS-2 was on the Atlas 5401 and there'd be extra fuel left over, so we could have another payload. So as we were looking at ones, Lofted came to us about 4 years ago. And so we were doing some modeling for them to make sure that, okay, we can bring the Centaur down in places that are safe for it. We had to consider, where it might splash down and when, so that they could retrieve parts of Lofted so they can get the data back. And then also we had to make sure that as we looked at it, it could get the speed and angle it was looking for as it went through the atmosphere, collecting its data. So that's early work we did. ULA has done the final trajectory design. But we also assisted on this mission. We're advisory on it, so we assisted with the integration effort, basically bringing LSP's rocket expertise to having the spacecraft customer and the launch vehicle contractor come together and make sure they understand the rocket capabilities, what data they can get, and just have a successful mission.
That is fantastic. And you've worked with the Launch Services Program for a few years. So how are you feeling? Are you excited about Lofted and to see how it works?
Oh yeah, I love, it's bringing something new for me, a different experience, that it's going to be, doing a technology demonstration as it re-enters. So that's quite different. And then also I'm working on currently my 3rd Mars landing mission. And this technology, if we get good data from it, could develop into something that we could use for future Mars landing missions to even bring greater mass down to the surface of Mars.
That is awesome. So Callie, what is your role on launch day? Where will you be?
I will be here. We're in the launch vehicle data center 2 in Hangar AE. So I'll be sitting down as NASA Flight Dynamics. So my job is once the rocket actually takes off and is flying to make sure that it's on the right course, tracking it, and that we're going to get JPSS-2 delivered to the right place in the right time. And let everybody know, yes, that's where it's supposed to be.
That is awesome. We definitely want to hear that. Callie, thank you so much for joining us today. Back to you.
Callie was great. She really explained again why this is so unique. Usually after acquisition of signal for the spacecraft, that is end of mission for our partners over at the Launch Services Program. But now they are actually helping to bring something back down, and that is the Lofted demonstration. So we've been talking about this throughout the show. This flight test could have many applications for NASA moving forward. So to talk more about that, I spoke with Michelle Monk, NASA's acting chief architect with the Space Technology Mission Directorate.
So Michelle, tell me about your role in Lofted.
Well, I'm the Entry, Descent, and Landing Systems Capability Lead for NASA, and so I work for the Space Technology Mission Directorate, and I guide all of our technology investments in entry, descent, and landing. So I'm constantly looking at the missions of the future and what NASA is trying to accomplish with both science and human exploration, and what we're going to need to accomplish those missions.
Yeah, why is it so important to keep advancing those entry, descent, and landing technologies like this inflatable heat shield?
Well, we're constantly wanting to do more aggressive science missions. The scientists want to go to exact spots on planetary surfaces. We want to take more instruments. We want to send people to Mars someday. And so advancing those technologies and making steady progress is really, really important to where we want to go as an agency and as a society.
Mm-hmm. What about you personally? What are you most looking forward to when it comes to possibly using this technology?
Lofted is such a key milestone in our progression of the hypersonic inflatable aerodynamic decelerator technology. We've done ground tests, and then we've flown at the 3-meter scale. We did more ground tests, and now we're going to fly at the 6-meter scale. And so this is really a key step in the progression to a human Mars mission, which I've been working on since I got to the agency a very long time ago. And so that's really the holy grail. We want to make humans an interplanetary species, and the HIAD is the perfect technology to help us do that.
Yeah, and humans on the moon is something, yes, to look forward to, but also a lot of science experiments are going to be facilitated because of a mission like that, right?
Oh, absolutely. The scientists are really wanting to go where the water is, but they want to go to new places too, like the Highlands. And an inflatable decelerator with its larger size really enables us to land at higher altitudes on Mars than we've ever landed before.
Mm-hmm. So this is really going to help us accomplish a lot. That's exciting.
Absolutely.
Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now let's talk to somebody else who's also with NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate, again, which is managing today's flight test. We're talking to somebody who's been at the forefront of that, helped create that Mission Directorate, and that's its deputy administrator. So let's go on over to Angelique Herring at Langley, where she got to watch this historic test. So good morning to you both.
Good morning, Megan. Yes, I'm here with Dr. Prasan Desai. Dr. Desai,
I know that you got your start right here at NASA Langley. It's foundational for you. And in a lot of ways, it's been foundational for the HIAD technology as well. What do you think makes Langley a place that should be continuing to develop this HIAD technology?
I think, it goes back to Langley's long history when it was first even NACA. A lot of the aerodynamic work that was done kind of leveraged into the space program when we started sending spacecraft into other planets and stuff. So the first landings on another planet, the Viking landings, Langley led that activity. And so that expertise since then, and then all the subsequent landings that we've done on Mars with the rovers, or even back at Earth, Langley's been integral to the entry, descent, and landing activities for those missions, including the shuttle flights as well. And so that expertise over that history is what we're leveraging for this new technology. All those other technologies were based on a rigid aeroshell. We know that that limits what we can launch by the fairing volume of a launch vehicle. And so we're going to this inflatable approach to be able to create a much larger drag device so that we can land heavier payloads for wherever it is, be it on Mars or even here back on Earth.
That's very exciting, and obviously there are a lot of possibilities. Speaking of possibilities, I know that you've actually had a lot of experience with possibilities on Mars and Mars research, stuff like the Phoenix lander and the exploration rover. Can you tell me what kind of exciting new research you hope that this HIAD technology can enable us to do, maybe far away in places like Mars, but also closer to home?
Right, and so what we're trying to do is enable greater capability to land higher payload masses. For the robotic missions we've done with rovers, right now our capability is about 1 metric ton, 1.5. But when we want to send humans to Mars, we need to land about 20 metric tons. We don't know how to do that. And the limits of the launch volume of a launch rocket limits rigid aeroshell. And so this inflatable technology is a great application to try for being able to land those type of payloads. Even when you go further into the solar system, when you go to the moons of the outer planets, they have an atmosphere, and being able to descend through those, we need to be able to land higher enough masses, so this inflatable technology. Now that's on the far term end aspect of it. But on the near term applications, this is why we have the partnership with ULA. They're looking to enable this technology to help them on their Vulcan rocket to be able to make it used right now, right, over the next coming years. And then in the midterm, we want to be able to land even payloads from low Earth orbit or even back from the moon as we sustain longer presence on the surface.
And that is incredibly exciting. So much to look forward to in the future. Thank you so much for talking with us, Dr. Desai. And with that, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you both. So the plan is for the heat shield to splash down in the Pacific Ocean about 500 miles off the coast of Hawaii. That's where Kahana 2 is waiting right now. We shot this video of the 220-foot-long recovery vessel before it left Honolulu 2.5 days ago. On board are both NASA and ULA personnel. They will use a 14-ton knuckle boom crane to pull the heat shield out of the water. The team will also retrieve a data recorder that ejected from the reentry vehicle just before splashdown. Earlier, I spoke with United Launch Alliance Chief Rocket Scientist John Reid. We spoke about ULA's role in this critical flight test.
So John, why has ULA partnered with NASA to test this new inflatable heat shield?
So ULA as a merchant supplier is very interested in having partnerships and moving technologies forward. Bernard Cutter, who this launch was dedicated to, really set up this partnership back a number of years ago, and I came on the scene a little over 5 years ago. What we were looking for in this relationship was really to work together to move technologies forward. So NASA was looking for a ride to go do this demonstration mission. We were able to bring JPSS along since we were going to be launching that payload and had the margin to go do this mission. Then our interest was really in growing beyond the size of this HIAD to be able to do engine reuse, and NASA wanted to go beyond what we would need for reuse to be able to do Mars large masses down to the Martian surface.
Sure, I'm hearing the word reuse a lot. Why is reuse so important?
So launch access is all about dollars per kilogram. Really, we wanted to have a reuse system that worked with the rocket that we have developed to try and bring costs down further. And why don't we take a look at this video of how we're going to apply the HIAD technology. Really, it's interesting to note that rockets used to be one payload would fly on one rocket. Now it's many payloads flying at a time, and so that's why it's all about the dollars per kilogram. So we've designed this in a way where you can fly at expendable mode or reusable mode, and you can't tell the difference. So once the payload flies away on Centaur, then we'll separate the thrust structure, which is 2/3 of the cost of the booster. That HIAD that you can see in there then inflates as we're coming back down towards the atmosphere. The heat shield is pulled taut by that inflation structure. And so then that slows us through the atmosphere. Once we get down to terminal velocity, we'll be low enough that we can inflate parachutes to lower ourselves gently down to the ocean surface.
So what advantages are there to lower costs?
So the big advantage for lower cost is it enables lots of different missions in space, lots of applications in space, development of products that we can't make here on Earth, and the ability to cost effectively bring them back. So it's really expanding the use of space for all humanity.
Yeah, so it's going to facilitate a lot, and there's a lot to look forward to, it sounds like.
Indeed.
John, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this new foldable, customizable, innovative heat shield could change how we explore our universe. Here's how one of NASA's mechanical engineers describes working on the project.
I'm Angie Emmett, and I'm helping to test technologies that will one day send humans to Mars. I work for Lofted, which is a low Earth orbit flight test of the inflatable decelerator. Behind me, you can see the aeroshell. The great thing about an inflatable aeroshell is that you can pack it up very tight. You can see that it fits well within that fairing volume. And now we're starting to take the nitrogen back out of it so that we can move on to packing the aeroshell. And then when it comes time to enter an atmosphere, you can inflate it, and suddenly you have this large surface area so that you can decelerate through anywhere with an atmosphere. During COVID, when I could not come to work, we were able to go to the end of our block, and there is a beautiful view of the NASA Langley gantry, which was used for the Apollo missions. It's been used more recently for drop tests, and we can go out and just look at that beautiful, iconic view. I think really what inspires me, I love being able to go from the concept to be able to see this technology come to life and to be able to prove it out, because this is what's going to help get humans to Mars in the future.
We are awaiting the re-entry of the inflatable heat shield into our Earth's atmosphere. To inflate it, you need a lot of gas, and the Lofted team tested that process before it took flight today.
It's a 6-meter heat shield, and once it re-enters Earth's atmosphere, it will actually be the largest blunt body object to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. To inflate the HIAD for where we want it to re-enter to maintain kind of your stability as you re-enter through Earth's atmosphere, you have to carry a lot of gas to make that happen. So we actually have 2 tanks that have been provided by the United Launch Alliance, who has a space act with NASA to perform this mission. They're partners with us in this, and they've provided 3 tanks. And so we're testing one of the 3 as our kind of qualification tank. So right now we're doing a blowdown test of the tank. So we'll fill it to that 3,000 psi and let it vent to atmosphere, and we'll take measurements all along the vent path and within the tank itself to see the gas temperature, to see what it's looking like. So then we use that information and data to correlate our models to get a better idea of how it's going to respond in flight. And the cool thing about HIAD is that it is actually on the new cutting edge cusp of technology for heat shields. So traditionally heat shields are made with metallics or ceramics, and they can only be, they're pretty firm. So if your rocket is about this big in diameter, your heat shield can also only be that same size. So Lofted is interesting because it actually can compact to a much, much smaller size and then inflate to much larger than anything you would see traditionally. And this helps us in the form of drag. For example, if we're going to Mars, the atmosphere is very, very thin, and so we want to create more drag as we're coming in, so the larger heat shield enables that technology.
Time to go back to Derrol and Sean. I know that we were expecting some new videos of the test, right guys?
That's right, Megan. We are here inside the Mission Directors Center at Vandenberg Space Force Base, monitoring the progress of Lofted as it returns to Earth. And so far, so good. We've seen some imagery. We're going to show you that in just a minute. But let's get everybody caught up on where we are. ULA completed their part of the mission with the Centaur and the Atlas V. They got JPSS-2 in the proper orbit. And then they steered Lofted after deorbiting from the JPSS-2 orbit coming down a little bit, and then releasing Lofted, separating from the Centaur. And we were able to see and visually confirm that we had full inflation of the return vehicle, as well as good separation.
Yeah, so we've seen the videos. So far, everything is working just as we hoped it would. We've payloaded good payload adapter separation, good inflation, good spin up, and then we saw the Centaur release the lofted spacecraft, and it is falling towards Earth right now.
It's impressive. I know that this is the first time that this technology has been taken into orbit in space and then returned. So I know that there's a lot of anticipation and maybe some anxious feelings about the return.
Yes, we were very well. There was some discussion within the group about how it would inflate, because we've never seen this inflate in an orbital sense, and so we were very happy to see that it inflated and there were no snags or anything. This was one of the highest risk parts of the mission.
Exactly, and there we see the replay of the moment of separation, the lofted return vehicle coming off of the Centaur, heading back towards Earth. This is not a view you often see. Centaur coming to a standstill after putting lofted back, and there it is, falling back to Earth.
Yeah, so we're falling towards Earth. We're going to start accelerating, and then we'll enter Earth atmosphere around Mach 25 and then continue accelerating until we hit the atmosphere sufficiently to begin slowing us down.
As an engineer, Sean, when you look at that, that looks like lofted when it was fully inflated on the ground. We don't see any snags. It looks like completely a complete inflation.
Yeah, it looks absolutely perfect. I don't think we could have hoped for anything better than that.
And, of course, lofted, inflated with compressed nitrogen gas. Big moment for the team there, and we know that certainly there's got to be some very proud engineers right now on the lofted team to see that the initial part of this operation is confirmed to be on its way.
Absolutely. We're very excited.
All right. We'll continue to monitor the progress of lofted as she falls back to Earth. In the meantime, let's send it back to Megan.
Really cool to see that video, not just animations, again, that real video of a significant part in this test demonstration today. So NASA has long time been a technological leader. Let's go back to Langley Research Center in Virginia, where Angelique Herring is with the lofted team.
Thanks so much, Megan. I'm here with Rohan Deshmukh, the flight mechanics lead for the lofted demonstration. Rohan, good morning. It's so great to have you here with us.
Good morning.
Now, Rohan, I know that you've been mapping the trajectory of the lofted reentry vehicle from its separation from the rocket all the way to its eventual re-entrance into Earth's atmosphere. So can you tell me a bit about how that data is going to help the recovery team to find the reentry vehicle?
Yeah, so we have a recovery team on a boat off the coast of Hawaii, and they're ready to recover the lofted vehicle and the data recorder. So by being able to simulate our trajectory with the latest data we get, we're able to basically improve our splashdown point predictions and then relay that over to the recovery team so that it can help with their recovery efforts.
That'll be really great. I know that recovering the vehicle is going to get us back a lot of really exciting data. What piece of that data are you most excited to see?
Yeah, so as a person who works on flight mechanics, I'm definitely biased to getting the GPS data so we can reconstruct the trajectory, see how well it flew, and then compare that against our simulation models so we can, kind of see, is our simulation, did we hit the bullseye, or do we need to, kind of improve upon it? But yeah, definitely looking for that GPS data.
It'll definitely be a thrill to get back all of that data, start crunching those numbers. And for now, we're going to send it back over to you. Thanks, Rohan.
Lofted and JPSS-2 were both payloads on today's 100th LSP launch. Recently, another LSP mission launched the world's first planetary defense test.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and DART on NASA's first planetary defense test to intentionally crash into an asteroid.
In my time during LSP, the most significant demonstration of technology that I've seen has to be the DART mission, the Double Asteroid Redirect Test mission.
Essentially, we launched a spacecraft. It traveled over 6 million miles to an asteroid, and it crashed into it.
This was mankind's first attempt to prove that we're smarter than the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs had a horrible space program. They had no way to protect themselves against an asteroid coming in to wipe them out.
First of all, that's the type of stuff you see in a movie. So just starting from that, I think that's really unique and really cool that it's not actually a movie. We're doing this in real life. Like, we do this for work.
My favorite mission, even though that's a difficult question to answer, has to be the MER missions, the Mars Exploration Rovers, that's Spirit and Opportunity. We launched those in 2003. That happened to be a mission that I worked from beginning to end as a mission manager. I got to meet really exciting people. I got to meet the scientists involved. I still have friends that I made back then from JPL and headquarters. And overall, I think it's the one that always stays in the back of my mind as my favorite mission.
So I think I would pick the New Star mission. It was launched out of Kwajalein. I had never been in that part of the world before. And by the time you get there and you're set up with the whole team, you're very consolidated and you're very slimmed down to just the absolute necessary functions to support the mission. Didn't have the connection back to the mainland that you would normally have, and so you all had to get together and work all the problems together. You had no cars, you had to ride bicycles. So there were all kinds of not just the challenges with the mission, but challenges with the living environment and what you had to do. So that one is pretty memorable to me.
Less than 10 minutes away from atmospheric reentry, the moment of truth for this innovative heat shield. Derrol Nail and Sean Hancock are live here at Vandenberg and will walk us all the way through splashdown off the coast of Hawaii.
Thank you, Megan, and it's been exciting so far as we've been watching the replays of Lofted separating from the Centaur upper stage and falling back to Earth. We've seen a number of amazing milestones reached. As you look now at software that is tracking those milestones, you can see that we are currently past the separation point. And the beacon has begun transmitting. I'm with Sean Hancock, engineer with Lofted, and you're looking right here at the release of the cover and inflation of Lofted.
Yes, that's a beautiful sight. You know, this was one of the worrisome parts of the mission, that we would have an issue inflating and wouldn't inflate, but that was a perfect inflation. You can see that we're fully inflated. The shape is exactly what we expected, and I'm very excited.
A lot of straps that you see in there. Later in that video, it actually kind of fully inflated, right? It was a bit of a partial inflate.
There it goes.
Yeah. Like when you're, I liken it to inflating an inflatable mattress. It's the only thing I can kind of liken it to. You get it partially going, and then maybe there might be a kink in something somewhere, and then poof, out it went the rest of the way to full inflation.
Yeah, so when the bag cutter is released, there's a little bit of extra air left, or nitrogen left inside the inflatable, and so with no as a vacuum in space, no pressure to keep that compacted anymore. It just puffs out, and then we start flowing the air, and then it just immediately takes shape.
And there it is. You just saw the moment of separation from the Centaur upper stage, and it is fully inflated here, just like Sean was talking about. And you can see the straps that combine and hold all those toroids, the donut, cylindrical, inflatable part of the heat shield holds them all together. You can see them tight. And I'm not an engineer, Sean, but as you looked at that looked like that was in good shape to return to Earth.
It looked perfect.
As it comes down, it is a 6-meter wide aeroshell. And so the reason for that, quite large, is to catch a lot of the atmosphere, which it is getting ready to do right now, right? And slow down to scrub off a substantial amount of speed, take on heat of large objects that are coming back. And I thought it was interesting. You know, you made the comment, and it was quite appropriate when we were off air. We've got a moon launch coming up, right? On November 16th, Wednesday at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. 4:04 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to launch the Space Launch System and Orion to the moon. But the technology that we just saw released in that video, that's going to help us get stuff back from the moon.
Absolutely. The high-ed technology will serve as a technology to deliver payloads back from cislunar space, so back from the moon into Earth's atmosphere, where we can either put it in a low Earth orbit or even bring it back down to the surface. So it's really the second part of the story for the Artemis.
Absolutely, and we're watching this technology being developed at this very moment as engineers are learning and looking to gather data from the latest iteration of their aeroshell. And you're looking at the team at the Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, as they await the data to come in.
Yeah, don't they look very excited?
They look focused.
I know they've been working. They've been working super hard, and so yeah, I'm sure they're eagerly anticipating receiving some data from our spacecraft.
Let's talk about that just a little bit, Sean. The data that is being transmitted from the lofted return vehicle, it is sent from a beacon.
Yes.
And it, first of all, has some basic data like position, location, but also some a little bit more robust data that comes through the Iridium satellite system and then into this particular program that we're looking at now, which is marking us through the milestones. And there it is, another page from that software. We haven't gotten data yet, but there's a reason for that. That beacon is not exactly, it's hard to lock on as it's kind of tumbling back down to the Earth.
Correct. Yeah. So the real-time beacon is sending a very minimal data set so that we can track the progress of the spacecraft through the flight. If it sends that data through the Iridium satellite network, and that requires a line of sight from an antenna on the back portion of our vehicle up to the satellite, and then it has to have a 30% signal strength. And then we have to remember, we've already seen that our spacecraft is rotating at 3 revolutions per minute, and there's a bit of a wobble, or it's called nutation, associated with our flight. And so it's fully expected that we will have we could have limited data through the real-time beacon, and we're okay with that. We're okay with that because we are recording the full scope of data and the video on 2 data recorders that reside within the vehicle. One of those is an ejectable data recorder, and it will be ejected from the vehicle after we're through with the experiment.
And it looks like we just got the word for go for the reentry interface?
Yes. So I just heard we're at reentry interface. So reentry interface is defined 125 kilometers or 410,000 feet. And this is the point where we start to experience the effects of Earth's atmosphere. So the TPS on the aeroshell is going to start heating up from this point on. We're not quite deep enough into Earth's atmosphere yet that the density is sufficient to slow us down, so we're going to continue accelerating. We're going to accelerate up to around Mach 29. At that point, the Earth's atmosphere will be dense enough that it will start to slow us down.
And we expect that Lofted is about 78 miles above the Earth's surface, coming down and just starting to heat up. We just got a call out that we would expect at this point in time that we've reached about 10% of peak heating.
Yeah, so that means that we're starting our temperature pulse. So we have two pulses that we're planning to experience: a heat pulse where the temperature on the aeroshell goes up rapidly and then falls back down again, and then there's a pressure pulse where the dynamic pressure from the velocity and through the atmosphere creates a load on the surface of the aeroshell.
We have been flying for an hour and 47 minutes. That started us off with the launch of the Atlas V, JPSS-2, and Lofted. we're awaiting that first packet of data. We didn't get it early on when we expected it, Sean. So still awaiting, right, for that first packet?
Correct. Yeah, we're still awaiting the first packet from the real-time beacon.
And we just got word that the recovery ship, the Kahana 2, is in place. And we are expecting that at this moment, we reach peak heating on the lofted return vehicle. Now, we don't have the data confirmation, it's important to point out. But in the timeline of events, we're expected that we've reached max Q, the maximum dynamic pressure on the return vehicle.
Okay, so yeah, we've passed through peak heating at this point, at least predicted peak heating, because as you mentioned, we don't have data to confirm that yet. But that's the point at which the vehicle has maximized the rate at which it converts its velocity into thermal energy, and we expect a maximum heat rate of about 40 watts per centimeter squared. And then after we hit the max heat rate, we expect the temperature to continue to rise for about another 17 seconds on the surface of the aeroshell, and hit somewhere around 2,600 degrees Celsius. And then I just heard an announcement that we're through max Q as well, and that's our maximum deceleration. So we're experiencing 9 Gs, and we've slowed from Mach 29 all the way down to Mach 10, and we're continuing to decelerate.
We are currently 1 hour and 50 minutes into the mission, and we are tracking Lofted's return, the return vehicle, to Earth. Lofted stands for Low Earth Orbit Flight Test of an Inflatable Decelerator. At this moment, we would have expected that we're back down to 10% of peak heating. And just now reached the milestone of predicted end of heat pulse. Yes. So this is the end of the significant heating. It has gone through the atmosphere.
We just got an RTB packet.
And really heated up, and just got word we got a data packet in, folks. Sean's dialed in with the software. There you can see some engineers pretty excited about that.
Oh yeah, we're in business. Yeah, so at this point we're really through the hard part of the mission. We've gone through the heat pulse, we've gone through the pressure pulse, and you know, we're just slowing down until we go to the parachute. Okay, so that
we just got the call out that they predicted the end of the experiment, so below Mach 1.
So that that packet that we received from the real-time beacon, we got confirmation that the aeroshell restraint cover cut, which obviously we saw. Right. We received Iridium GPS communication, so that's a plus. We have separation. We have separation of the spacecraft, and we've already begun venting our tanks, which that prepares us for splashdown into the ocean. We vent the tanks to get rid of the excess nitrogen that are in the tanks, that makes it safe for the recovery ship to approach.
Great news, Sean, as Lofted has confirmed with some data that it was a successful separation, inflation, return. We expect now that at any moment we're going to get some parachutes out.
Oh, and we're getting more real-time beacon data now. We're up to seven transmissions. So this is very exciting.
That's excellent news, Sean. 7 packets. I know you were concerned about the amount of data that was going to come in. That right there, that's fantastic.
Yes.
Got some smiling
and
engineers there.
You can see the folks back at Langley are very, very happy about that.
Well, that's got to be a lot better than what was expected.
Oh yeah, I think we're checking all the boxes here today. I think everything seems to be working exactly as we hoped it would.
And so, what is the latest and the last data packet telling you as you look through the software system?
So I just heard that our toroid pressures are nominal. That means that our vehicle is basically at the pressures that we expected, and that also means that the temperatures are in the range that we expected as well. So
and now we're expecting the ejection of the data module, Sean, and this is one of the key components. If anything, you want the data from what happened.
Absolutely. The whole point of the flight experiment is to get the data. We have a real-time beacon that is sending very limited data during the flight that we can check just on the performance of the vehicle. And then aboard the vehicle, we have 2 data recorders, an internal data recorder and an ejectable data recorder that record the full suite of scientific data, video, health data for the vehicles, and the ejectable data recorder, when we get around 50,000 feet, it's ejected out into the water. It's a yellow foam ball about the size of a softball. It weighs about 1/3 of a pound, and once it's ejected, it will transmit via the Iridium network that we use for the RTB, the real-time beacon. It also transmits via a long-range radio, what we call LoRa, which is a line-of-sight transmission, and it transmits its GPS position so that we can locate it and go pick it up. And it's designed to survive the splashdown and continue transmitting that GPS data for up to or even more than 30 days.
Plenty of time to find it.
Absolutely.
Now, we've got a ship in the area, several hundred miles off the coast of Hawaii in the Pacific Ocean, where Lofted is expected to splash down. The ship called the Kahana. And we understand that a chase plane that the team has up in the area was able to get successful data collection. We're currently searching the skies with an infrared camera mounted on the Kahana 2.
Oh, and I got note that the EDR packets have been received, so we know that we're getting GPS data from the ejectable data recorder as well.
Great news. Means you should be able to find exactly where that EDR is floating out there in the Pacific Ocean.
And go pick it up, yes.
And that will be the job of the Kahana 2 as well. It will first, though, get the return vehicle on board, and then we'll work on getting the electronic data recorder.
Yeah, we've prioritized recovery of the spacecraft first just because there's a concern that it will eventually sink, and the ejectable data recorder is designed to float.
We're now trying to pay attention to find out if the chute has been deployed. Checking our data tracking software. And it looks like that's been, that is expected.
That is
now
expected.
we're awaiting a detection and confirmation from the data. So Lofted would have deployed its parachute by now on the timeline. But again, waiting for the data as Lofted engineers look on anxiously, focused on their monitors. They've had good data reception so far.
So,
what do you see, Sean?
I'm just checking the timeline here. It looks like we're approaching data recorder. The data recorder should have splashed down by this point in time. And our reentry vehicle is approaching 10,000 feet.
The second stage of the return of this vehicle, not necessarily part of the technology demonstration, but in order to get it, you needed to throw some chutes out, slow it down, and be able to recover it, slow it down, get it into the water, and as you were describing, be able to grab it with the Kahana 2, which has a crane on the back of the boat that is able to articulate over and capture that vehicle. There you can see we've now had an expected, we've mentioned that, the expected parachute deployment, hoping for a green on that dot to the far lower right-hand corner of your screen. If we get green there, then we've got confirmation that that parachute is out.
So as the reentry vehicle hits the water, there is a saltwater activated device on the parachute that will cut the parachute loose from the reentry vehicle so that it doesn't become entangled. We also have on the reentry vehicle, we have some recovery aids. Those include flashing strobe lights and mirrors that will reflect light so that it's easy to see the vehicle from the boat, either as it's falling or when it's in the water. In the instance that the spacecraft hits the water, hits the water and somehow ends up upside down, either due to the sea state or the winds just blow it upside down, we have a sonar pinger aboard the spacecraft too, and we have a sonar receiver aboard the Kahana 2, so we can track it that way as well.
Got all the instruments covered in order to track down both the return vehicle and the electronic data recorder.
I will note that our recovery ship does have balloons, weather balloons in the air with relays for the LoRa line of sight long-range radio system to help them locate the Oh, good.
Oh, good. Heard that another packet of data came in.
Yes, so that's the locator beacon packet. That's telling us the GPS coordinates on the reentry vehicle. So we know the location of the reentry vehicle.
And so just to summarize, we've got the location of the reentry vehicle and that of the electronic data recorder. Both are down in the Pacific Ocean, several hundred miles away from the coast of Hawaii. And you're looking on your screen there, that's an actual location marker.
Yes.
Inside that box would be the dots. And to your left, looking like that might be Hawaii.
Yes, yes, we're just off the coast of Hawaii.
So what are we looking at now, Sean? It looks like we've got a couple data points there.
So there's going to be a data point for the locator beacon, which identifies the position of the spacecraft in the water, and then another dot that will represent the location of the Kahana 2 ship. And then the lines that you see there represent the landing ellipse, the predicted landing location of the spacecraft, and it looks like it's very close to the center of that predicted landing ellipse. So that's great. I mean, I think we've had a completely successful. Oh, and then that pink dot that they showed is the location of the ejectable data recorder.
Engineers at Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, looking over their shoulder as they study the data coming in on their screens. We're currently monitoring a live camera on the Kahana 2 that is searching for Lofted's return. So far, at this point,
I just got a note from somebody aboard the Kahana-2 that they saw it fly overhead.
Wow! Wow!
That's
Well, that must have been pretty exciting. They got a notification I just saw a little while ago saying that there was activity in their area over top of the boat. There's some high seas out there where the boat is. And you're looking now live at the camera on the Kahana-2 that is scanning the skies for lofted. But you made a statement just a couple minutes ago, Sean. We do expect that both the lofted inflatable decelerator is in the ocean along with that electronic data recorder.
We have received data back from both the locator beacon aboard the spacecraft and the ejectable data module that was ejected, and we've got GPS coordinates on both of those.
That's excellent news. And so our camera is looking for both of those in the water now. You can see the seas out there in the Pacific Ocean. They're bouncing. We got a report from one of our crew members on board that it was a bit of a rough ride to get out there, but now they're out there and they're searching the water for the return vehicle. As Sean mentioned, they have data. They know where both the decelerator, the inflatable decelerator is, and they know where that electronic data recorder is as well. And so as they continue to scan the ocean, we want to take a look at a very pivotal moment in this entire mission, Sean, and that was an advancement in the technology that we hadn't seen up until this point in time, and that is the release of Lofted from space, and there it is. This is a replay of the Lofted return vehicle, the inflatable decelerator separating from the Centaur upper stage, falling back down to planet Earth. A little bit looks like somewhere over the Middle East, maybe the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, that's the inflated spacecraft. Again, the aeroshell looks exactly like we hoped it would. I mean, you commented to me off the air that it looks like it would on the ground.
Exactly. And as we look at it, it's important to point out, as we've just been saying, that we have both Lofted and the electronic data recorder, which was ejected from the inflatable decelerator before it splashed down. Both are now down in the water, transmitting GPS location so that the recovery ship, ULA's Kahana-2, can track both of them down and pluck them out of the water. And inside both the return vehicle and the data recorder is valuable data to the Lofted team.
And I'll just note that I did get a note from the recovery ship. They have received the GPS data from the ejectable data recorder, the locator beacon, and the real-time beacon, and they're currently plotting a course to the locator beacon, which is aboard the spacecraft, to avoid the ejectable data recorders so that they don't accidentally run over it.
And there was a priority given, right, on which one to pick up?
Yes, absolutely. Again, the priority is to get the spacecraft first, because there is a risk that it could sink, and we would like to recover it if at all possible. And then once the spacecraft is recovered, then proceed to the ejectable data recorder, which is designed to float and can continue transmitting its position for 30 days.
As we look at the data screen that the engineers are looking at, you can see the plots on the left and what those colors represent on the right. Real quickly, Sean, they have adjusted it to a 100-mile range.
Okay.
What are those tracking lines that we're seeing on the left?
Yeah. So the straight lines again are the landing ellipse, the outline of the landing ellipse where we predicted the spacecraft would land. The dots represent the different beacons. So the pink dot is the ejectable data recorder. There's a gray dot that represents our ship. We purposely kept it out of the way of the landing spacecraft because we didn't want the spacecraft to accidentally land on the ship. And then there's a green dot that represents the locator beacon, which is the spacecraft.
Yeah, and they're tightly populated inside of that expected landing area, which is great
and
news.
there
And
we
take
go.
a look at this, folks. This is live video from the Kahana 2. As our camera seeks to focus, you can make out what appears to be a parachute and a return vehicle. And we lost the focus on it. We'll stay with this shot and see.
Kind of see it.
If it clears up. Saw it briefly for a moment. And I guess from what we expected, I'm a little surprised to still see it up in the air, Sean.
Well, I don't think this is live video. I
think this is replay?
Yeah, I think this is recorded video. Oh
There
yeah,
could be a delay in the signle, but there it is.
You can definitely see the aeroshell, and it's bright because it's warm, and then the parachute up above it.
The red hot bottom of the accelerator, the decelerator rather, the inflatable decelerator, and above it the parachute fully deployed.
And I have the recovery vessel has the vehicle under shoot on video dead ahead. So apparently this could be live.
So this is live video then.
It still could be falling under the chute.
Okay. Well, this is a big moment. We're going to stay with this. If you're just joining us, you're watching live video from the middle of the Pacific Ocean, just a couple of 100 miles away from Hawaii. We have a GPS camera tracking the return of the lofted return vehicle from outer space. This is a technology demonstration to show that we can bring back a lot of stuff to Earth, and we can also go out and explore planets with a technology called an inflatable decelerator, an aeroshell, that is able to decelerate big things coming back into the atmosphere.
Yeah. I think we've demonstrated that the HIAD will work at from an orbital velocity, very high energies, and that gives us the capability to return very large masses or land on planets with very thin atmospheres.
This infrared camera glowing at the bottom where Lofted took on so much heat as it came back in through the atmosphere. And since it's elliptical in nature, Sean, here's the splashdown.
Oh, we're about to splash down.
There it goes.
And we're in the water now.
And you can see the parachute now collapsing, no longer suspending Lofted because it is down in the water. Clearly, this is also beyond the horizon. At least it appears to be, because Lofted has now disappeared. It looks like the parachute will do so as well. And you know, if we have this shot, Sean, the Kahana 2 is not too far away from getting the return vehicle.
It is not. They commented that they're watching it descend. So, you know, that gives us great before before it sinks.
And there you can see that optimism reflected in the room there at the Langley Research Center. Congratulations to the Lofton engineers who are giving the congratulatory handshakes and high fives all around the room. Many years of work, research, testing, culminating in this moment. It's a small team, the Lofton team is. A lot of hardworking engineers.
It is a very small team, and it was a very trying time because we built the spacecraft during the pandemic. And so it made it really difficult to, we dealt with the same obstacles that everybody had to deal with during the pandemic, not being able to go to work and resource issues, getting supplies and such, and still maintaining the schedule so that we could have a spacecraft ready to fly when JPSS-2 was ready to fly. And this is absolutely we couldn't hope for a better outcome.
And there are the champagne bottles getting opened up. Well, we don't know if they're champagne, but they're some kind of bubbly.
At Langley, they're probably champagne.
Now, Sean, we've got a member of the crew that is on the Kahana 2. We've got a live connection established with him. In addition to that video that we just saw, Lofton come down into the Pacific Ocean under a parachute. And so now let's go out to Megan, who is in communication with that member on board the Kahana 2. Megan?
Wow, this is just amazing. I'm so glad we got that live footage. That was amazing to see, as we said, the heat shield coming down, parachutes bringing it down softly into the Pacific Ocean, and waiting nearby is the Kahana 2. That's the recovery vessel that's going to get not only the heat shield but also the data recorder that was ejected. So let's go there where we have Greg Swanson. He's the Lofton instrumentation lead, and he's on the boat right now. Greg, set the stage for us. Where are you? What's happening? Did you see with your own eyes splashdown?
Oh man, yeah, no, this is super exciting. Everybody's lots of high fives, even some low fives. I think we saw Steve Heath dance a jig. Everybody is really excited right now. I didn't get to watch the splashdown because I was waiting on the phone, but yeah, a lot of excitement once we saw that video of it deployed and released successfully, and then of course getting the data packets after the entry pulse because we knew that meant it survived, and of course seeing then the video of it actually coming in and splashing down. And so yeah, we're about 500 miles off the coast of Hawaii, and we're headed towards the RV. It should take about 45 minutes to get there right now.
Oh my gosh. So here's video of the boat. We can tell this is a camera that's showing the back part of the boat. You are on the boat. I'm going to apologize. So sorry that you didn't get to see the splashdown because you were on the phone with us. But we really do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and kind of telling us what's next. So I know that there's the heat shield and there's also the data recorder. What happens next in terms of the recovery mission?
Yeah, so Sean touched on this briefly already, but you know, we're going to go after the RV first, the reentry vehicle, because that's not really designed to float. So we have a minimal time to go get that and recover it. And well, once we have that recovered, we'll go after the ejectable data recorder, so that is designed to float and ping for up to 30 days. So we have some time to grab that one. But our main focus right now is trying to get to the RV and get it on the boat.
I know you have the GPS coordinates for both. Where are you in relation to those coordinates, and how quickly do you think you'd be able to recover both?
Yeah, I think we're about, I think I heard about 5 miles. 5 miles away, so it's going to be about 45 minutes to get to there. It looks like, I think we were actually able to see in the video that it's landed nose down, which is great. We don't have to worry about it being turtled and having to deal with that to get it out of the water. So, and the seas are actually cooperating pretty well. We should be able to put in the 7-meter boat. A couple of us will go up on that and get the RV all prepped and ready to be lifted onto the boat.
And I know you can't see it, but right now viewers are watching the live video again that we were able to record. This is a replay of that live video that we were able to put up. And we can see the heat shield being brought down again softly by parachutes that were deployed. I know we talked about this a lot. You know, obviously we wanted to see a successful inflation, separation, and return, but really the success is that initial data that you guys were able to take away from this test. Talk to us again about the significance of this test.
Yeah, I mean, this is spoken about a lot so far. It's our first orbital of this technology. Our other tests have been suborbital, so this is, and it's also a much bigger scale. This is a 6-meter aeroshell compared to the 3 meters that we've tested suborbitally in the past. So, kind of a couple big steps there in testing. And so, yeah, this is a great opportunity to get flight data to see how it actually performed. We know it performed well enough to make it down, which is great. But the actual data that's on board will tell us how well it performed during entry, and we'll be able to, not only refine our analysis tools, but also probably improve some of our fabrication techniques of these inflatable heat shields.
And last question, Greg. I mean, how do you feel? Again, I heard you say that people were giving high fives and dancing jigs. How do you feel personally being on this boat, about to play such a pivotal role in testing this new technology?
Oh man, I mean, first of all, I feel relieved. That's probably the biggest feeling I'm feeling. There's a lot of nerves. Been working on this for over a decade. There's a lot of people on board right now that have worked on it longer than that. Yeah, everybody's just relieved and excited, and I just feel lucky to have this opportunity to be out here to go get it.
Greg, thank you so much. Congratulations to you and your team, and good luck with the recovery mission that I know you guys are going to do great with. Let's head on over to Langley now, where the Lofted team, I'm sure, must be celebrating right now the moment years in the making. Again, as Greg talked about, hard work and dedication of a lot of people. So Angelique, take it away. Tell us everybody's reactions through that demonstration.
I mean, Megan, you're absolutely right. The entire Flight Mission Support Center was just, I've never seen bigger smiles, I think is probably the best way to kind of sum up the emotion that was going on, both as data started to come in and once the reentry vehicle made it to splashdown. It was incredible. There were handshakes, smiles out to here, and you can just see the pride that the team is feeling right now. So while we have them in here, right next to me, I actually have the Associate Administrator of the Space Technology Mission Directorate, Jim Reuter. Jim, it's so great to have you here and to share this moment. This is incredible.
It's great to be here, Angelique. It's so exciting. I can't describe enough how it's great to see this.
And Jim, I know that this is a really big deal for your organization in particular. Can you tell me how you're feeling in that context?
Yeah, sure is. Our responsibility is to do the cross-cutting transformative technologies to take us to new adventures and stuff. And one of which is, of course, bringing humans to Mars. This is one of the most critical technologies that we're establishing right now, and with this mission, by all accounts, we've established that first successful orbital launch and recovery. And so it's just a critical part of what we're doing.
And earlier we talked a bit about the different potential uses for this technology. How soon would we be able to start, putting this into use?
Yeah, it'll sort of depend naturally on where the investments and stuff. The first practical use is probably on returning large cargo and rocket engines from space. Right. That's one that probably in the next few years or so that we'll be seeing. And then along the way, we'll be doing more demonstrations that get us to Mars.
And of the many different applications of this technology, which one would you say you're the most excited about?
Well, I will start by saying I really get excited about things where we have a partnership between and have multiple uses for the same technology, and really, especially when it's a commercial and a NASA use. But I can't lie. There's no better coolness factor than landing humans on Mars, or taking or enabling landing in the highlands and stuff of Mars. And so it just doesn't get better than that.
Absolutely, from here to Mars. Well, it's been so great having you here. Thank you so much for taking some time to share in this moment with us all. And with that, we're going to send it back over to you, Megan.
Thanks, Angelique. And I'm actually going to send it back out to Derrol and Sean. I hear that they have more to report about this test. It sounds like the recovery vehicle, the heat shield is only a few miles away from the recovery vessel.
Yes, that's right, Megan. It really worked out. Sean and I were just talking about that earlier. When it came down into the water, the data suggested that they were only 5 miles away between the Kahana 2 and the landing location of the lofted return vehicle. That was a lot closer than we expected it to be.
Yes, we didn't. We expected to be a little bit of a ride for the boat to get to the vehicle to recover it, and some of that was just deliberate so that we wouldn't risk the vehicle coming down on the boat. So this seems to work out very well in our favor, that the spacecraft landed so closely to the boat.
And now the ULA Kahana 2 is steaming towards the return vehicle, the inflatable decelerator, which is down in the water. We tracked it with an infrared camera aboard the Kahana 2 as it came down just over the horizon in the Pacific Ocean to a soft landing. And that's critical for the Lofted team, which wants to gather the data that is inside that return vehicle. And I heard Greg say, who's aboard the ship, that it landed nose down, and that's a good thing.
Yes, definitely a good thing. When we planned for the recovery, we looked at multiple scenarios. Nose down is obviously optimal because the parachute harnesses are on the back side of the spacecraft, and that's how we plan on lifting it aboard the Kahana 2. Also, we looked at scenarios where it lands upside down, so nose up, and that would require additional lifts to get it flipped over, so that we could get it onto the boat and put it in the stand nose down again. Other concerns that we have are water getting into the inflatable, because it's in the water. It's basically a bowl. We did some analysis that said as long as the aeroshell has 15% of its volume filled with nitrogen, it will float. So we're very confident based on that landing that we saw on the video that it should be in good shape. You saw the video of the Kahana 2. We have some buoys aboard, inflatable buoys to attach to the spacecraft if it looks like it's in danger of sinking. So we can attach those, and that will give us time to recover the spacecraft.
And as you're looking live, I want to let you know that the folks inside the room, those are the Lofted engineers who have just celebrated a successful technology demonstration of their low Earth orbital flight test of an inflatable decelerator, or Lofted. And they just got some words from Associate Administrator for Space Technology Mission Directorate, Jim Reuter. And now, some cheers. Cups in hand. Bottles of, well, sparkling something. And now they're celebrating the rewards of their labor. For a mission that had such a great deal of uncertainty, brand new technology being tested, coming back from space for the very first time. I can only imagine how rewarding it is for you and for those folks that we see in the room.
Yeah, so this is, we're a space technology demonstration mission, so it's very high risk, very high reward. So there's a lot of concern that something won't work, and maybe the mission doesn't go as planned. But just from what we've seen here, it looks like everything went as well as we could have hoped, and very high reward.
And right now, the Lofted team getting some words from a member of the team that you know well.
Yes, Ron Mirsky is he's the head of the Atmospheric Flight and Entry Systems branch. So that's the branch specifically that deals with the entry, descent, and landing. And it's the premier, I'd say it's the premier group within all of NASA for planetary entry, descent, and landing.
Well, he looks awfully proud of his team as he delivers comments there. And with cups in hand, they are ready to celebrate in these early morning hours out there in Hampton, Virginia, where it is currently 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:17 a.m. Pacific Time here on the West Coast, where we launched Lofted just about 2.5 hours ago. Successful liftoff of the Atlas V rocket carrying JPSS-2, a weather observation satellite that separated about a half hour after liftoff. And then an hour and a half after that, we had the successful completion of the Lofted mission into the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, it looks like we have a video from the ship of the RV on the water, although I'm having technical difficulties getting it.
We've got a number of cameras on the ship, and one is a gimbal, and another is fixed on the boat. We're going to bring you live imagery. Right now, we plan on trying to bring you the recovery of the Lofted vehicle as the Lofted team in Virginia goes bottoms up in celebration of the completion of their mission. Let's listen in to Angelique Herring, who is interviewing one of the members of the Lofted team.
Oh, really? The videos coming down. And that's what we're doing this for, really, that technology, and then seeing it work so well that it's coming down in one piece, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean, just like how we had designed. And it turns out the recovery boat is very close by, too, based on the predictions we had done before. So it is an amazing feeling. I can't wait to go back in and celebrate with my team.
Absolutely. And obviously getting that actual camera footage was really exciting. But can you tell me a bit about how it felt to get those first bits of data actually coming in?
That's right. So I'm not the thermal system lead, but I saw the thermal system lead analyze the temperature data, and it was nominal data. We saw where the latitude longitude was happening, so based on that we kind of know how the actual experiment went. They were nominal. They were right where we were expecting it to be. So as an engineer, you really love the word nominal, and it just has been that kind of day so far. I'm really excited.
For the layperson, Sam, what does nominal mean?
Nominal means that when we make prediction, we expect it to be somewhere, and then we expect maybe it can be off by a little bit. But if you're right in the middle, that's nominal. And that's what it looks like we're doing so far.
That is incredibly exciting. As that data comes in, what will you and the team be doing?
Well, from my team, I'm part of the trajectory team. So we will be looking at the data sets that we got while we were coming down and also on the recovery device. And we'll be using that information to figure out how well we did in our pre-flight predictions. There will be other people in the team that will be taking that data and seeing how well their models did so that we can predict high-end performance for other flights and maybe to a Mars mission one day.
How incredibly exciting. Well, congratulations. I know that you're probably very anxious to get back in there with the rest of the team. Thank you so much for stepping out to talk with us.
Thanks for having me.
And
appreciate it.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Gotta go.
Maybe wait.
Thank you, Angelique. That was an interview with Dr. Sam Duda, who planned out the trajectory for this mission. Sean?
Yeah, so just listening to Sam, he's in the room at Langley and watching all the data come back, and he used the term nominal, and that's great because that means that the vehicle performed the way that we expected it to and the way that the models predicted it would. So that's great, and I think right now we're looking at video of the spacecraft floating in the water, and that is something I did not expect to see. Especially this close to the recovery ship, and that's very exciting.
Amazing live imagery coming in right now from the Pacific Ocean, just a couple of 100 miles off the coast of Hawaii. You're looking at the Lofted reentry vehicle in the water, and it appears, Sean, to still be fully inflated.
It absolutely does appear to be holding its shape. I mean, it hasn't been in the water that long, and I did mention, it's designed so that we vent all the excess gas in the tanks, but we keep the volume of air inside the inflatable to provide buoyancy. And it looks like the landing was soft enough that it didn't cause any tears or anything, and that it's still maintaining its shape very well. I do see it bobbing up and down, so hopefully we don't get a lot of water inside of it. But the recovery vessel is very near to it, so this is very positive for recovery.
And as you mentioned, it's bowl-shaped, so it could take on some water. But if it's fully inflated, would you expect that it might still float?
Yes. So we did analysis early on in planning the mission, and that analysis showed that 15% of the aeroshell volume, if it was filled with nitrogen still, then the vehicle would float. We have factored in the potential that the spacecraft gets water in it, especially in that bowl area for the lifts. And so we have some scenarios where we would, if it's got water in it, we would lift it up and dump that water out before we lifted it onto the boat, just to reduce the weight of the load on the crane. I don't recall if we discussed this or not, but you know, when the spacecraft hits the water, the parachute cuts away, and you can obviously see the parachute has cut away, so the spacecraft can't get entangled in it. There are 4 risers coming off the back of the spacecraft that go to the parachute. There are 20-foot risers. Each one of those risers has a 4-inch loop in it, and lifting it ideally could be as simple as putting those 4 loops over the hook of the crane and just lifting it straight up and onto the deck.
Well, that would be a continuation of just the nominal mission that we've seen so far from the very start of this, which has done nothing but cause elation and pride for the Lofted team as we look live at the Lofted return vehicle in the water in the Pacific Ocean. We're getting imagery from the Kahana 2. This is United Launch Alliance's vehicle. Of course, they're partners with this mission. Launching Lofted into space after the primary mission, JPSS-2, was accomplished, and then dropping off Lofted to come back into the Earth to prove out a technology demonstration that you can come back with a large aeroshell back to Earth and safely splash down as it just has right there as we're watching it in the Pacific Ocean. Now, you mentioned something I thought was interesting. The team on board the boat is going to make a decision on whether or not to go pick this up. So kind of talk me through what that decision-making process is.
Yes, so there was some discussion early on. You know, Hawaii is 3 hours behind us, so it's still dark there. And we discussed whether we wanted to pick the spacecraft up at night for safety concerns. We all agreed that that will be the captain's decision as to what he feels safe. So we're waiting to see what happens. Now we do have, if they do decide to wait until daylight to pick the spacecraft up, we do have inflatable buoys to attach to it to keep it floating while we wait. But again, it's the captain's decision, so we will. Again, it's the captain's decision, so we will wait and see what happens.
And we're in contact with a member of the crew, the recovery team that's on board the recovery vessel. And so we will hope to get some information from that person to find out if indeed they are going to make the recovery this evening, or, as you said, wait until first light and they can have a better look at it. What we do know, as you mentioned, they will be able to secure it with buoys. So you're saying they can get, they will get close enough to get those buoys on it before daylight?
Yeah, so we actually have, aboard the boat, we have boat hooks, extendable boat hooks that we can pull right up against the vehicle and use those boat hooks to access the lanyard, the lines on the back for the parachute.
All right, Sean, let's take a break for a moment and talk to another member of the successful Lofted team out in Langley, Virginia, Hampton, Virginia, at the Langley Research Center. Angelique, take it away.
Yes, I am here with Ron Mirsky, the branch head of the Atmospheric Flight and Entry Systems branch.
Quite a mouthful.
It is a mouthful. Now, Ron, can you tell me, speaking of mouthful, you had one of the widest smiles in the entire room as the data was coming in, and also as we were getting to splashdown. Can you tell me what you were feeling and how you're feeling right now?
Just incredible. This has been many years. The team that we've had here has been struggling very hard, had a lot of issues to overcome, and did it just brilliantly. And so I'm just very proud of the folks and just being associated with them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And for you in particular, what data are you looking forward to getting back from this demonstration today?
Well, the Lofted has the applicability of new technologies that we're developing. We're looking at the inflatable structures, the flexible thermal protection systems, and really looking to see that these new types of technologies have performed. And it's looking like they really did, and did it in a very good way. And so now we're looking towards the future.
Speaking of the future, I know that we would need something larger if we were going to land on Mars. So I'm assuming that that's somewhere down the way, but also what are we looking forward to in the future, and how is this test going to help us to get there?
So, this test here does a number of things. First of all, for that larger Mars mission that you talked about, we do need to have a number of steps along what we call our roadmap to get to the point that we can land humans on Mars. This is the step to get us to the 6 meters. Now we got to look to making larger and larger HIADs, which are part of what we call the mission architecture for landing on Mars in the future. But in the near term, there's a few things that we can do here. Currently, we're working with commercial sector companies and looking at different applications, coming back from cislunar space with hardware, bringing it around the orbit of the Earth. Then also, this opens up possibilities for other future NASA missions. Situations where there might be mass problems on different missions, then we can reduce those issues with the HIAD. So.
Now, we talked far into the future like Mars. We talked near into the future like maybe doing down mass missions. But in the near future, in the coming weeks, what is the data collection and data, I guess, monitoring going to look like in these coming weeks?
Well, I think you saw that there was an ejectable data recorder that came out.
Right.
We will have to recover that and look at the data that we received through the entry trajectory, and hopefully it gives us the information that we want, that it was nominal, it looks like everything was good, and so it's all very exciting right now.
It is incredibly exciting. Thank you so much, Ron, for stepping out and sharing some of that excitement with us. With that, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Angelique, and we are back here at the Mission Director Center tracking the approach of the recovery ship to the Lofted inflatable decelerator. And we're getting closer, Sean. We're with Sean Hancock, engineer, lead engineer for the PLA, the payload adapter, who's been sitting with us for the past hour and a half as we have been tracking the Lofted technology demonstration, and looks like we're getting a little closer.
It does look like we're getting closer. I was just sending a note to the recovery ship asking how much longer they thought they were going to be until they were there. But just looking at the video, it's getting much bigger in the picture. I'm amazed to see that parts of it are still glowing.
Yeah, and you just got this information from our Lofted communication team. They said that Lofted landed close to the recovery ship, and after assessing the situation, the crew on board the Kahana 2 determined the conditions are favorable to immediately begin recovery operations. And that, of course, will bring Lofted on board the ship. And so, indeed, as we get closer, what we are witnessing live is the recovery operation of the lofted inflatable decelerator?
So I'll just say this is a scenario that we never envisioned that everything would work this well.
Wow.
We all thought at least the best possible outcome is that we land in the water and maybe 2 or 3 hours later we're at the vehicle and able to recover it. This is just beyond our wildest dreams.
And while it looks like it doesn't appear that we're moving, we indeed are. This ship is making progress. We started off, Sean, when Lofted splashed down, it was beyond the horizon. It disappeared behind the horizon line out there in the Pacific Ocean, and then the parachute gently came down right behind it. But once we saw it on the horizon, we've been making steady progress towards getting a little closer and a little closer. And now, less than a mile away, it shouldn't be too long before we've got it right close up next to the boat.
Yeah, so the boat, the Kahana 2, is a fairly slow boat. I think its top speed is about 10 knots.
Okay.
But we're making really good progress getting over to the spacecraft.
And so what we're seeing, Sean, to describe to the audience is that inflated aeroshell is the lower wide part and the lighter colored part of Lofted, and then in the center is the vehicle. Kind of describe the two parts that we're seeing there.
Yeah, so the dark part in the middle is the center body, and we would expect it to be cooler than the aeroshell because it's in what we call the wake. And actually, there was a sub experiment on this flight. The part of the FOSS, the fiber optic sensing system, was part of the a technology demonstration mission within our technology demonstration system, and we had a fiber optic line along the back of the rigid body to measure the temperature distribution inside that area we call the bowl. And there's no real good modeling or any data really of what goes on back in that wake area. It's predicted that there's vortex back there and probably not a lot of heating, but we don't really know how to predict it. So looking at the colors, we can generally infer that it's fairly cool compared to the aeroshell. But this flight and the aeroshell is obviously the mushroom shaped, upside down mushroom shaped glowing shape that we're looking at. So this flight will give us a new tool to analyze the temperature distribution in the wake of a HIAD.
If you're just joining us, we are tracking the recovery of the return vehicle from the Lofted technology demonstration. It is in the center of your screen, floating out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's a couple 100 miles away from the coast of Hawaii. The captain is steaming towards Lofted. And as we continue to get closer, I want to give you an update on the JPSS-2 satellite that was put into orbit just about 2 hours and 15 minutes ago after the successful launch of the Atlas V. At this time, we understand the team has not yet received data to confirm JPSS-2 solar array deployment. Now, there may not be an issue, but the JPSS-2 team, NASA and NOAA, are monitoring closely the telemetry data as it becomes available. We'll certainly follow up with that. You can go to our blog on JPSS-2. You see it at the bottom of your screen, blogs.nasa.gov/JPSS-2. Again, blogs.nasa.gov/JPSS-2. Lofted starting to come into focus here, Sean, in the bouncing waves of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, it's getting so close. You can actually see the straps on holding the TPS, the catenaries on the back of the TPS. You can see our cameras on the aft side of the spacecraft. You can make out a lot of detail.
Now, don't want to put you on the spot, but I am. Part of that lofted return vehicle is glowing. We know this is an infrared camera, so it's tracking heat signatures. What's your take on just your observation on why that edge, the left part, the left side edge is glowing?
I'm not sure. The vehicle is, it re-enters in a spin, so we're rotating at three rotations per minute. So you would think that we're going to fly at a bit of a pitch just because of the mass properties of the spacecraft. So you would think that the edges all the way around would be roughly the same temperature. So I'm not sure. I don't know that I could. But again, I'm probably not the right person to ask that question to.
Well, this much we know. We know that it's reflecting off the water, and there's a fair amount of moonlight out. We just passed a full moon just a few days ago, and so the team has the benefit of having a pretty bright moonlight out there at the moment.
They do. And I'm looking at the video, and it looks like 180 degrees opposite from that one side. The other edge is also glowing similarly.
And as our camera recalibrates, give them a moment to reset the shot. As you look at this, Sean, it's striking to me how nicely it is floating, fully intact, still fully inflated. And this was a mission that I heard some engineers say, hey, look, if we can just get some partial data, doesn't even necessarily have to come down perfectly like this. We just want some data to be able to advance this technology. And there it is sitting in the ocean, completely intact. It could have broken apart if any of those straps would have hung up on some part of the spacecraft or the upper stage of the Centaur. So many things that needed to go right. And I know it's early, but just to see this floating in the Pacific Ocean fully intact, that's impressive.
It definitely is. I mean, it looks like it did, during ground testing. Before, I mean, we're looking through an infrared camera, so it will probably look a little charred when we get to see it in person. But yeah, it looks wholly intact. This is probably beyond what any of us would have expected.
But that charring that you've just described, that in and of itself will tell a story, right? That in and of itself will tell you about its reentry through the Earth's atmosphere?
It should. I mean, the data we have thermocouples and heat flux gauges scattered all about the thermal protection system and at different layers throughout there's a multi-layer thermal protection system and at different layers throughout the thermal protection system. So that should really be able to provide us with the data that we need to figure out what happened during the reentry. Getting to see the spacecraft and the surface and the charring and whatnot really will help us see how the materials behave when exposed to that environment. So that's really part of the value of getting the spacecraft back is, just being able to see physically, what happened to the spacecraft because of the environment that it was in, and then the instrumentation should be able to tell us what the environment is.
If you're just joining us, we're taking a break from our live imagery that we're bringing you of the lofted demonstration, the technology demonstration. We've been tracking the return of this vehicle from space, the first time that lofted has returned from space, and showing off its ability to return, slow down enough in the atmosphere to bring back anything from a rocket engine to a spacecraft to, as you mentioned earlier, Sean, something that was built on the moon. This is how you would get it back, something that could be compacted down into the space on top of a rocket, but then when it returns, could come out and expand with enough ability and enough surface area to slow down whatever it is that's bringing back down safely onto the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and really, aerodynamic decelerators are the way to go when you're talking about atmospheric entry. Studies have shown that an aerodynamic decelerator can reduce the amount of mass that you have to take up to low Earth orbit by half versus using a propulsive system. So, this is a major step forward in technology.
Weight is everything when it comes to space flight. So as you talk about the mass and bringing it back, more mass is much better. And now we're looking live.
Wow.
From the camera mounted to the back of the Kahana 2, looking back at the deck. And it looks like, Sean, they are readying the crane at the back of the boat.
Yeah, so you can see on the back of the boat, they're hooking up the crane right in the center of the boat. That's our stand that we're going to set the spacecraft on once we lift it up out of the water, and looks like they're getting ready to put the crane over the side to try and pick up the spacecraft.
Yeah, folks, we are bringing you live the recovery team making an effort to pluck Lofted out of the Pacific Ocean after returning from space. And Sean, this operation, it does take some time. So we would expect this crew to be working at this. It's not going to be instantaneous. They got to be very careful about bringing something out of the water that presumably looks like it's in about 6 to 10 foot seas.
Yeah, so we do have procedures that are written, and that generally adds to the time because we want to be careful. We don't want to do anything that could risk the spacecraft, especially now. So yeah, I fully expect that this will take a little bit of time and effort to get that out of the water and onto the boat.
And so let's review for the audience how we got here. It all began with a launch at 1:49 a.m. Pacific time. With this, and then about an hour later, the separation of Lofted, the low Earth orbit flight test of an inflatable decelerator. This is an inflatable heat shield. They can compact down into the size of the fairing on top of a rocket, but then expand as you see it here, rotating as it falls back to Earth to potentially one day bring back spacecraft, hardware, people back to Earth that have come from either another planet or the moon. And then this shot, the return of Lofted under a parachute, the bottom glowing red hot on the infrared camera after it returned through the searing heat of reentry, 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit, marking a signature in the sky that we were readily able to pick up with our camera as it fell gently down into the Pacific Ocean. The parachute then falling delicately down. And now we have a fully inflated, Lofted in the water behind United Launch Alliance Kahana 2 as the crane in the back of that boat now seeks to bring Lofted on board. There's a light glowing just off the back of the ship there, Sean.
I know that's our reentry vehicle, and I think you can see the strobe lights finally from the boat. You can see the flashing of the strobe lights.
How about that? And this is no longer an infrared camera. We're actually just looking live as we see it in our color camera. And now currently being blocked by the camera, it looks like that's the strobe light, right?
Yes, we have strobe lights and reflective mirrors on the back to enable be able to visually identify it in the water.
That makes the strobe light brighter and easily seen.
Yes.
Well, Sean, you can certainly see the glow from the beacon, also illuminating now the center of Lofted. An impressive technology demonstration. You know, the technology in and of itself is already impressive. The ability to go to other planets, Mars, come back from the moon, bring things that were built on the moon back on Earth. But to see it happen so, as you guys like to say, nominally, which means everything is as good as an engineer could expect it to be, must be just an incredibly proud moment for you and the Lofted team.
Oh, it is definitely a proud moment. It's beyond expectations, and you know, we're so excited to have been able to take part in this, and just think of the, you know, all the benefits that this is going to lead to for future exploration.
And we will continue to track what happens out there in the Pacific Ocean, just a couple hundred miles off the coast of Hawaii. There'll be much more. Tune into our blogs that we follow and social media online. We'll bring you all the imagery of the recovery when we have that in hand. But for now, Sean Hancock, Lofted engineer, I want to thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure to be beside you as we track this mission from outer space all the way to back home here at the Pacific Ocean.
Derrol, I really want to thank you for the opportunity. I'll just say right out of the gate, I was terrified of doing this before it started, but this has been a blast. It's been, you know, one of the funnest things I've gotten to do, and getting to see this successfully go through this mission and share it with you and then the viewing public has been really, really great.
Well, thank you very much for those words. Appreciate that, Sean.
Thank you.
Megan, we'll send it back to you.
Great job, Derrol. Sean, thank you so much for that. If you're just joining us, we are actually wrapping up NASA's live coverage of JPSS-2 and Lofted, which launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base here in Central California less than 3 hours ago. NASA and its partners accomplished a lot today. Let's show you some video again. This is live video of the recovery ship that's in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Hawaii. You can see in the distance there lights bobbing up and down in the water. That is the heat shield that that we tested today as part of the Lofted project. And this recovery vessel with NASA and ULA team members, they are so close to getting to that heat shield and being able to bring it aboard onto the ship to further analyze it. And then after that, their mission isn't over. Then they recover a data recorder that was also ejected. They'll be able to get some more data from that. And then 9 months more of just seeing how successful this test was in testing this new innovative technology that could really change the way we explore our own universe. It launched aboard an Atlas V rocket, the last Atlas V rocket to launch from the West Coast. It launched with JPSS-2, which is the newest polar orbiting satellite. As part of a system that NOAA will manage. We do want to give one update, though. The team is still waiting to confirm whether or not JPSS-2's solar array was deployed. Just because they haven't been able to confirm it doesn't mean there is an issue, but teams are monitoring that closely as more telemetry data becomes available. We did just want to mention that. If you do want to follow along with that mission to see whether or not we're able to confirm or when we are able to confirm solar array deployment, you can head to these websites we're about to pop up on the screen there. On the right side there, that's where you can find out more information about JPSS-2. And over there on your right, that's where you can find out more about Lofted. Now, if you enjoyed today's launch, the next one is just around the corner. We mean days away. In the early morning hours of November 16th, NASA will attempt to launch Artemis 1, our first step towards sending astronauts back to the moon in nearly 50 years. Live coverage will begin on NASA TV and its YouTube and streaming channels at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time on November 15th for a 10:30 p.m. So sorry, everyone. 10:30 p.m. launch. Launch coverage begins on the 15th, and then we will have hopefully launch at 1:04 a.m. on the 16th. So again, I hope you can join us for that, and thank you so much for watching today.